feel to it. But what I love about it is they bring in all these country acts. It's kind of similar to Opryland, if you've ever done Opryland, where they bring in these country acts. And I saw Jody Messina there. Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Dolly's the best.
She is. I hope you all enjoy your weekend. It's going to be gorgeous, right? The weather's going to be stunning.
Yeah, it's going to be a little warmer.
We'll be back tomorrow. Oh, no, Monday. We'll be back Monday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot of ground to cover over the next 4.5 hours, but I want to start with some breaking news, a story we've been tracking at the International Space Station over the last little bit. So here's what we know right now, and I want to start by giving you the original situation where essentially astronauts on board the ISS were asked to take shelter inside the Dragon spacecraft while some repairs were being done on a leak in the transfer tunnel to the Russian service module. And in the time since, we know that the work that was being done to try to repair that has stopped, and so they are now going to be able to return to normal operations on the ISS while they assess some more things. So I want to point out a couple of tweets from NASA spokesperson Bethany Stevens. Here's the first one here. This was kind of outlining what we know about the situation. This was just a little bit ago, saying the Zvezda service module transfer tunnel, known as PRK, has suffered from cracks and leaks for some time and has been mitigated by Roscosmos as much as possible to date. The cracks have always been a concern that NASA watches very closely. NASA and Roscosmos has been working to determine the root cause of the cracks, and Roscosmos manages the issue through operational mitigation measures and periodic partial repair efforts. But this is following new leaks. Roscosmos has elected to proceed with a more extensive repair operation on this date, and then goes on to say, out of an abundance of caution, let me see, I lost my place here. Out of an abundance of caution, NASA has directed all 4 of the agency's SpaceX Crew 12 members and NASA astronaut Chris Williams to assume an elevated safety posture in the Dragon spacecraft while that repair is underway. It's saying they're continuing to work with Russian counterparts along with the rest of the international community to arrive at a more permanent resolution. So that was a little after 9 o'clock. And then let's advance to the next tweet there that came in just 5 minutes ago, saying Roscosmos has paused Friday's structural repairs efforts inside the Zvezda service module transfer tunnel as more measurements and data is assessed. Given this development, NASA has instructed the crew members inside the Dragon spacecraft to end the safe haven procedures, return to planned operations aboard the International Space Station. We look forward to working with Roscosmos on a collaborative approach to address the leaks. So continuing to monitor this situation this morning on board the International Space Station, and joining us live now to break this down for us and give us some more information here. Pleased to be joined by Zach Aubert from the Launchpad Network, joining us live now via Zoom. And Zach, we appreciate you joining us. Good talking with you today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Busy day on the ISS.
It sounds like it. So first of all, just kind of talk to us about what we know about this issue. It sounds like it's something that's been going on for a little bit, but what would have made it to the point where NASA said, okay, you're going to have to essentially take shelter because of this?
Yeah, definitely a big moment for NASA to order a safe haven. It's great news that they've told them to come out of that at this point, but that doesn't mean they've addressed the leak. As they said, Roscosmos has paused their leak repairs as they're looking at things. I'd expect we'll hear more over the coming day on the procedures. It's not the first time we've had a leak on the ISS. Keep in mind, the ISS is a very leaky station, has been since it went up, and this is one of the reasons why we need new space stations and why NASA is really pushing forward for that. We've had a number of Russian modules that have had a consistent leak over the last number of years, and I guess today it just triggered one of their sensors that this is something a little bit bigger than they wanted, so they decided to do a repair, but to make sure that the rest of the crew was safe to do that safe haven procedure.
So how big of a concern is this? I mean, for those of us who maybe kind of just be learning of this and hearing of this this issue, it certainly doesn't sound like a good thing. I mean, how how concerning is this to kind of be in this situation?
Yeah, we're not talking about a huge hole in the side of the station. Think of it taking a water bottle, piercing a safety pin through it. You have that slow leak. That's probably even way faster than what they're having on board. But it reached a point that they were wanting to do a repair on it. I don't know last time we actually heard of them doing a repair on one of the leaks. I know they did close off a few Russian modules in the past to actually test how the leak was. So everyone stayed in other modules for a number of days. So they're always trying to find the leak. The issue is these leaks are so small and they're normally behind many layers of tinfoil, metal, wiring that you can't just see them super easily. So not something that they called an abandoned ship kind of moment, but to go into a safe haven procedure and halt the operations for that period of time definitely meant there was at least a little bit of elevated concern. But we don't play around with our astronauts on station. If they were at risk, they would have safe haven. They would have even possibly separated. Even separating from the station doesn't necessarily mean you have to come home, but the fact that they've ended safe haven is a good sign for today, but doesn't address that there was a leak that worried them, that now they need to do some sort of repair, or station's getting old. Do we have to look at what modules need to be sealed up until we get a new station in orbit?
And so what do we know about this, where this leak is? It sounds like a transfer tunnel to the service module. For those of us who aren't experts, what does that mean? What are we talking about there?
I'd have to pull up a map to know exactly which one they're talking about, but normally a transfer tunnel is kind of that docking section between two bigger modules, a module in the ship. So this is a much smaller area than like the larger corridors that we see on most of the press briefings and the crew arrivals. So that's kind of a good thing that it's a smaller region, but it also means it's a more dynamic region. It's not as rigid as some of the main core modules because it needs to be able to dock and undock or move with those other modules. So it does have to have some movement, and that's why you'd see that wear and tear more likely to appear there. There's wear and tear of just being in space, but there's also all the the micro meteorites and different things that the station deals with every day.
You talked about the Dragon spacecraft maybe having to separate from the ISS. I mean, what that is something that would essentially be like an evacuation of the spacecraft. Yeah. I mean, what would kind of precipitate that?
Yeah, we've never done it. So that's a good thing. I hope we don't ever see it happen in the history of the ISS. I think that'd be a big win for human space exploration, that our first space station we never had to abandon. But we have the procedures ready for it, and they have different levels of ones. Normally, we would see our crew suit up before they depart the space station. We see that every crew mission. We see the crew suit up before they arrive at the station, and that's just in case there was sort of a decompress issue. During an evacuation, they would have to decide, do they have time to do that or not? They do have very quick protocols if they need to, basically jettison a crew capsule, either a Soyuz or a Dragon or whichever was on station. But they don't need to do that today. But they have those procedures if they need it. If they have time, if it's a slow leak, like I was saying, like that water bottle, hey, we've got an hour. Let's close a module so that's safe. But it sounds like this wasn't that the whole station was at risk, but they would rather just have everyone in a safe spot just in case the leak went wrong. wrong, because if you think about it, like any crumbling rock, if you go to try to repair a crumbling rock, it might disintegrate more. And I think that's probably, if anything, where a concern could have come from this is if they're trying to do a repair, what happens if the repair actually aggravates the leak? And that's why you would see them go into a safe haven positioning. But it sounds like either the repair worked, and we haven't been confirmed that, or the repair didn't work, and they've just decided it's not a big enough leak and the station's safe, at least for now.
Yeah, it sounds like from the NASA spokesperson saying that it's going to take more measurements, they're going to have to assess more data, but obviously a stable enough situation that they feel comfortable, letting those astronauts, those crew members, go back into the space station. But Zach, you talked about it just a minute ago. I mean, the age of the ISS, decades old. We know it is nearing the end of its life as well. So the fact that something like this that has been a recurring issue, obviously elevated to a point that maybe we haven't seen before, is that a concern going forward over the next few years that the ISS is supposed to continue remaining in orbit?
Yeah, it's definitely something everyone's watching. I think it's why NASA has made such an effort to look at these commercial stations. We heard NASA Administrator Isaacman during the ignition event talking about, looking at what other options there were of NASA putting up their own core module. We just heard last week that that's been canceled. They're going to go back to the commercial crew or commercial station kind of plans that we've had the last few years, and just hope that other companies will build their stations and NASA will lease space on them. But it is something of a concern, because the space station wasn't supposed to last until 2030, 2032. Some of these modules were supposed to last to the mid-10s. And now the manufacturers have said, okay, yeah, we can last longer. We'll sign some waivers, but we are well past the best before date. We're not at an expiry date yet, but we're past the best before date for some of these modules. Keep in mind, this is the first time we ever did this, really. There was Mir and some smaller stations, but we've never had a station of this size constantly manned with people for the last plus 25 years. It's been up there my entire life, basically, since I can talk. I remember watching the space station be built and not realizing until actually much later that I was watching the construction of this first international space station. But we're at that point that we need to transition to a new station. And unfortunately, it just takes time to get there. We're not going to have a new ISS in a year. But can we get a few modules up there that we don't lose? I think the biggest thing is we don't want to lose that consistency of having people in low Earth orbit. I think that's the big thing that NASA's going to try to hold on to the ISS with all of its agency partners to keep that going. But ultimately, if we get to a point of safety being the biggest concern, then that's always priority one. We saw that with the Starliner crew. We've seen that with other crews. We know the simulations that they run. We accidentally heard one a couple years ago on the station that triggered, some fears, but luckily it was just a simulation that accidentally got aired. So they run drills for this. They know how to do this. It's just when we get to hear about it, it's normally something a little bit bigger than the day-to-day.
Well, Zach Aubert, founder and CEO of the Launchpad Network, thank you so much for hopping on. I know with literally no notice. We appreciate you joining us today and giving us some important information and context as we track this story. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, and I'm glad everyone's okay.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. We're continuing to monitor that situation on board the International Space Station. We're also following up on a case that has gotten a lot of attention across the country and around the world. This is the disappearance of Lynette Hooker, who vanished a couple of months ago in the Bahamas. You may remember this story. Her husband said that she fell from a dinghy, essentially, while they were traveling back to get their sailboat. That sailboat was seized by the U.S. Coast Guard recently off the coast of Melbourne here in Florida, taken to Fort Pierce, we know. But new developments this week where investigators have now seized that dinghy that they were on at the time of this disappearance. Hooker's husband has been questioned into all of this. He has been released. No one's facing charges. So still a lot of questions about this and where things go from here. And so joining us live now to talk about this investigation, we have former sheriff's detective and investigator Jamie Copenhaver joining us live now via Zoom to help us make sense of this and the next steps in this. So Jamie, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
So what do you make of this latest step with another piece of evidence, it seems, that is that could be crucial as this investigation continues?
Yeah, very encouraging. Going right back to your station at Fox 35 reported this exclusively, that boat, the Soulmate, had been seized off the coast of Melbourne and taken down to Fort Pierce, where they started processing the Soulmate boat of Brian and Lynette Hooker for any data or any evidence contained on that boat. The new developments, seizing this dinghy, I think is huge. I would like to have seen it seized sooner, Garrett, but you know, Coast Guard doing the best they can out of the country with the Royal Bahamian Police. They did end up seizing that dinghy. The Bahamian police authorities are cooperating with the Coast Guard, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, let's talk about the time that has elapsed here, and we'll get into kind of the moving parts, the coordination in just a minute. But from a purely kind of evidential standpoint, if there are certain things that well, first of all, what kind of evidence might they be looking for on that? And is there a concern that some of it could have disappeared in the time that it took for them to seize that?
Yeah, I mean, all of the above, right? We know that Brian Hooker, his story was that she had fallen off of that dinghy, and he sort of drifted, Garrett, for about 8 hours until he hit ground on an adjacent island. So, you know, certainly if he is the suspect and the one that is responsible for this, he certainly could have destroyed evidence on that dinghy. But I will say technology is going to probably trump that. There's certainly technology that the Coast Guard and the crime lab here in the United States can do with that dinghy that perhaps the Royal Bahamian Police were not capable of doing. So I think it's very encouraging. I do think they'll be able to get some type of DNA off of that dinghy. We just don't know what that DNA will consist of or what.
You talk about working with the Royal Bahamian Police. What is that like when you've got an agency like the Coast Guard that's trying to, do what they can to solve this? And again, right now we don't know if there was any sort of a crime committed, but obviously that is something they're looking into, the possibility of, but mainly trying to find Lynette Hooker. And so what is that kind of interface, that interaction with those international agencies like, and how does that create a challenge in a case like this?
Well, this is a unique case. That vessel, Soulmate, was flagged by the United States, so it's a U.S. vessel flagged under the U.S. So that gives the Coast Guard and federal authorities from the United States certain privileges to go in and join in the investigation on an international case like this. Of course, you know, we have an excellent relationship with the Bahamas and the Royal Bahamian Police, so they're going to cooperate. We have some tools that they don't have necessarily. But as far as the Coast Guard being involved, number one, they were invited and encouraged by the Bahamians to come and join this investigation. But also, Garrett, you have a U.S. citizen that's now missing in international waters, particularly the Bahamas, under a flagged U.S. ship. So the Coast Guard does have some jurisdiction there.
And we have also learned that this week divers, cadaver dogs searching a new area as well, trying to find her. Is that something as well that just gets more and more difficult as time passes?
Well, it does. unknowing where this lady may be, if it was in fact a murder, presumably hidden on some island or perhaps sunk in the ocean. We know that they're paying particular attention to a 25-mile square area in the waters, which would tend to, would telegraph to me that they were able to get data from either a phone, a watch, or some type of electronic device. I also am encouraged from that soulmate boat being brought back to the U.S. They were able to get into the GPS and that data from off of soulmate that probably helped them get to this 25-mile square area where they're now searching for Lynette Hooker's body.
And so what will you be watching for as this progresses? Are there certain signs or things that we should be kind of keeping our eyes out for to see as this investigation progresses?
Yeah, I think we're seeing it. We see the resources from the United States. I know that FBI has indicated they would be willing to travel over and join in the investigation as it's a U.S. citizen missing, presumed unalive. But what I would be looking for in the near future is more searches. I would be encouraged to see some search on that island where Brian Hooker drifted to. I will point out, Garrett, when he landed that dinghy after this woman was dumped off or fell off the dinghy, they located a flotation device about 100 yards north of where the dinghy beached on that island. So it's been identified as the Hooker dinghy's flotation device. It's a cushion, green in color. So that's encouraging. I would look for that island to be searched by search teams within the next day or two, if not happening today.
Just such a large area. I mean, even with some of these kind of concentration and focus areas, still you're talking about huge areas and just so many different factors that make this just such a challenge, I would imagine, for search crews to try to find her.
Yeah, I mean, we had volunteers that live in the Bahamas. They were volunteering their time going out and doing grid searches on their own. So, it's like I said, it's a large area. But I'm encouraged with this new information that we're seeing play out with the Coast Guard. And pretty much it's been confirmed. They're looking for that. They were looking at that area because of the data that we're able to collect off of what I'm hearing is a watch, presumably Brian Hooker's watch, in addition to the soulmates electronics that they were able to download. So it's, if it's a crime, there's no perfect crime, Garrett, and they're going to put the pieces together. And I think it's just a matter of time before they actually come out with possibly an arrest in this case.
Well, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we appreciate you joining us. We know this is a case that's gotten a lot of attention, still a lot of questions, and we will see what happens next. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Recording stop.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Orange County. We're hearing from Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, who just wrapped up his State of the County address a little bit ago and is now taking questions from reporters. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Continue to diversify our economies and lean into innovation. All right. So I'll transition. Let me just say this about my run for governor. Today, I'm going to be very transparent with all of you here. I've had to make some decisions here recently about running for governor. My family, they can come up and join, because Monday of this week, I received some bad news from my doctor, who confirmed that I have prostate cancer, and because of that, I am going to suspend my campaign for governor. I'm going to focus on my health. That will become the priority. I'm only sharing this because I'm in this very visible public position. I'm sharing about a private matter. I intend to continue running through the finish line as the mayor of Orange County. It's about 6 months from today. But in order for me to receive the treatment that I need, I'm going to have to come off the campaign trail. I have to let something go. I can't continue to do my job as mayor, take care of my family, and run for governor. So I made a difficult decision. All those people who have supported me in this run, who have believed in me as I have run for governor, I say thank you to all of them. My campaign was evolving to the point where we really could win the campaign. But if I have to come off the campaign trail so that I can still do my job, still go to treatment, I gotta let something go. So we have been prayerful about the decision that I made. I just told my children yesterday, okay? I was told Monday. And so, fortunate for me, because I'm relatively healthy, I go to the doctor on a regular basis. 1 in 6 men will get prostate cancer. With African American men, it's even worse, 1 in 4. And so don't have a history of it in my family, but because I have continued to go to the doctor, take all my various tests, I've gone through everything that they needed to do to verify what it is. And so that's the bad news. But I'm going to focus now on my health. I'm going to focus on living. I'm not going to focus on running for another office. So that's the news I've shared with you today. I realize that it's somewhat breaking news all over the state of Florida, perhaps in other places in the nation. But I had a wonderful career, 45-year career, where I have given 100% during that time. I have not been home during hurricanes, other emergencies. I've been out serving the people. My prayer was that I would continue to serve at a different level. But if I don't take care of my own health, I won't serve anybody. I won't serve my family. So thank you all. I'm not going to take any questions on that at this time, but what I say to all of you, may pray for me. Pray for America.
We will continue to support you.
America has got some challenges. Pray for America. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings with some breaking news there, announcing that he is suspending his campaign for governor after being diagnosed with prostate cancer. So the mayor and gubernatorial candidate, you heard him talking about how he believed their campaign was beginning to get some momentum on the Democratic side. We know he was one of two high-profile Democratic candidates, the other being David Jolly, and so announcing that he is suspending that he is just not able to continue with that, with events, with the campaign trail, with all of that. But he does intend, he says, to continue filling out the rest of his term as Orange County mayor. We'll be following up on this, having more about it in just a little bit. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But again, the breaking news that we just heard live here together on Fox 35 News Plus, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings suspending his campaign for governor amid that prostate cancer diagnosis, but saying he will continue to finish his term as Orange County mayor. We'll be back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, beautiful day and heading into a beautiful weekend.
Absolutely. Great weather for any outdoor activities, Garrett. And one of the last weekends, we don't have to worry about lightning storms. If you have beach plans, boating plans, anything outside, golfing plans, you will be good to go. It's going to be on the warmer side. We're going to start to see those temperatures warming toward 90, but humidity stays low and storms stay out of the region. We'll go from 81 at 10 to 85 by 2 o'clock. Temperatures this time of year average about 90 for the high, and so we'll be just a touch cooler than normal, but still really comfortable. 90 in Bushel, though. The farther you get from the Atlantic coast, the warmer it will be, to a point before the Gulf sea breeze kicks in right along the coast. But it'll be coolest in our viewing area around New Smyrna Beach, 83 degrees. The onshore flow. You see, the water temps of the Atlantic right now are hovering around 81 degrees. So whenever you have a strong flow from the Atlantic, well, that keeps us a little bit cooler. Nature's air conditioning. We're also very quiet now across the Caribbean and in the Gulf. But there's been some conjecture, especially online, of a tropical system developing in the Gulf. maybe next week. It's important to understand, though, that this time of year there are a lot of false positives where the models have a very difficult time and there's almost no skill in those models of forecasting the development of a tropical system, one that doesn't exist but one that's forecast to exist beyond 7 days. And these forecasts are all beyond 7 days. And if you look back at the last couple of weeks, there have been 3 separate forecasts for tropical storms to develop that never came to pass. Each one of those forecasts were conceived beyond 7 days. One of them, if you remember, was south of Cuba. There was going to be a hurricane. Then there was going to be a tropical storm off the Carolinas. Never happened. Then there was going to be a tropical storm on the Gulf this weekend. Never happened. But this is what's going on. We've got a semi-permanent area of low pressure that sets up every year over Central America in the spring and in the fall. It's called the Central American Gyre. A gyre is just like a big swirling mass of air, and that's what this is. Those can spawn tropical systems, so the models sometimes have trouble resolving what the future will hold because of the presence of this gyre. And at random, they'll birth the storm that never comes to pass. So you'll see stuff online where, oh, the European model is giving us an X amount chance that we're going to have a tropical storm develop. And it may happen, but it also probably won't happen. It's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. So what I can tell you is that there are no threats as of today. There are many false starts in June. I mean, at some point we're going to get one, right? But at this point, there is no real threat. But when the threat is real, we'll tell you first. So don't worry about anything out there this weekend. We're looking good. If that changes, we'll be the first to let you know. But I think the danger of social media this year is going to be a perpetual game of whack-a-mole where you have people that maybe aren't aware of these truths in weather, especially in tropical forecasting, that throw wild stuff out there and worry people. So yeah, 87 degrees today, 89 tomorrow, and then 90s return next week, with the storm chances going from isolated to scattered and then numerous for the middle and end of next week.
Well, in this social media age, it kind of makes it even more important as to why you want to make sure you're getting your weather information from a trusted source, someone who does for sure know what they're talking about.
Well, these platforms, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, they reward engagement. And if you put something out there that is really shareable, like, I'm the first to tell you we've got a major storm that's coming in, and these wild forecasts, Garrett, aren't necessarily put out by degree meteorologists. Oftentimes they're from enthusiasts that have no formal weather training, or even worse, they're from different countries. They don't even care about our weather, and they're just putting the information out there because they know it'll get shared, and it almost never verifies. But they get 10,000 shares, and then they get a check from the social media company. So there's a motivation to put this misinformation out there and to jump the gun if it is a real meteorologist that studies this stuff, to jump the gun on a situation that we're just at that moment not prepared for. Last year, actually 2 years ago, we were filling up gas in the Thunder truck in Sanford after Helene hit, and there was one of those internet rumors that there was going to be another hurricane. It wasn't even in the cards; it never formed. But we had no less than a dozen people while we were there at the gas station asking us about that because they saw it on TikTok. So it's a real problem.
Yeah, well, I know there are plenty of times I'll see people posting models, model runs online, and then when you come in, I say, hey, is there anything to this? Because it does need some of that interpretation for those of us, myself, who are not the experts.
Well, the models are publicly available. And often after day 8, day 9, more than a week away, they'll spin up a system because we're in the hurricane season. We've got that Central American gyre, and maybe we get something. But oftentimes is the case, it just never happens. Today was a case in point. There was supposed to be one in Louisiana. It's a sunny, beautiful morning in Louisiana today. So it's just important to understand the reality of that, and that way you can interpret it with a grain of salt. But if you watch us, for instance, or other venerable TV stations with a team of real meteorologists that care and have skin in the game, they'll only let you know when a real threat is present. And we'll get a threat at some point this year, but it's not happening now. But it has been a point of frustration because a lot of the job has just been quashing rumors, and that, I think, dilutes a forecast which can already be complicated in itself. And so we're wading through a new age on the front lines.
We definitely are. The good thing is right now we know it's going to be nice this weekend. Make the most of it. Enjoy it while we have this little bit of a break from summertime.
We have the luxury to talk about all the problems out there instead of dealing with them. So absolutely enjoy the weekend.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us and enjoy your weekend.
Appreciate it, Garrett. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Friday morning. You know what time it is as we count down to the weekend. It's time for our Community Crossroads, so where we take a look at some of the big events going on around town and tell you what you need to know, what you might want to check out, and some other things to add to your summer bucket list as we head into the summer season. So we've got Sarah Barkley from U Nation joining us live now. Sarah, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us on this Friday.
Thank you for having us. This is a slam-packed weekend. There's so much going on in Orlando, and I can't wait to share it with everyone.
All right, so let's go ahead and jump right in because there is a lot going on. And let's start with Sip and Thrift.
Sip and Thrift is a really, really fun event that's happening at A La Carte City. If you love shopping thrift, vintage finds, anything like that at A La Carte City, they're going to be having their second one going on since their very first one was super successful. This starts tomorrow, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. Go early to get those vintage finds. It will be so hot outside tomorrow, so just be ready to wear some sunscreen, wear the appropriate attire for the weather tomorrow. They're going to have over 20 vendors going there selling the clothing, accessories, and other things. They're also going to have local food vendors. They always have a great food at A La Carte City if you have yet to go out there, but they'll be having other vendors as well. They'll be having live DJ sets that will bring the vibes all afternoon, and there'll be drinks available when you shop. This is a free event, so come ready to shop.
Oh, sorry, I think I lost my audio there for a second, but I was just chattering away. Sarah, we also have Paint with All the Colors of Pride market going on this weekend.
Yes, this is another great market. This one's going to be inside at the Osceola County Fairgrounds. So if you want to stay cool, come to this market. It is happening from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. with VIP early access shopping starting at 11 a.m. and then general admission shopping from 12 to 4. This is Paint with the Colors of Pride. It is a magical themed market, so you're going to find all those magical finds. They're hosted by the Dreamers and Doers Market, which they are known for having the super fun Disney themed market. This one's inspired by Pocahontas this time. So they're going to have a lot of different Pride things. They're going to have fantasy inspired decor, colorful and immersive photo ops, and unique handmade goods, art, accessories, and gifts. Again, this is going to be another great market. Orlando loves their market scene, and there's always so many great unique markets happening.
And a lot of things to check out tomorrow at the Orlando Science Center. What's going on there?
If you guys love a silent disco, Orlando Science Center is hosting a throwback party starting at 7 p.m. to 10:30. You can grab your tickets online now because these do sell out pretty fast. You're going to be partying underneath the T-Rex. How much better does it get? They're going to have 3 different DJs, so you can choose your vibe, either 80s, 90s, or 2000s, or if you like to switch it up, you can always switch it up and do all 3. This is 7 p.m. to 10:30. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. Get ready to wear those wireless headphones, bring friends, and be ready to dance.
And Parkapalooza going on at Desertland.
Yes, so also another great event happening outside. If you're looking to do something budget friendly, they're hosting a miniature carnival at Desertland Park. This will be outside. Think carnival games, interactive games, live entertainment, food and drink specials, and more. And of course, once you're done with the carnival games, you can always head inside Desertland. They have a huge auto museum you can check out for an additional cost. They have a new James Bond themed restaurant. They have an arcade. They have a lot of stuff going on inside Desertland. If you have yet to go over there, definitely add this one to your list. A free event is a great way to go and explore Orlando.
And we can't talk about weekend events this weekend without talking about the Silver Spurs Rodeo.
Oh man, the Silver Spurs Rodeo is so much fun. This happens. I wait every single time to go to this rodeo. It's happening tonight and tomorrow, so make sure you get those tickets. They're already selling out. There's only a few left. Free to children 3 and under, $15 for ages 4 to 10, $25 per adult. And then if you want those special VIP gold seats, it's $35. So this is pretty budget friendly. They're going to be having bull riding, bareback riding, saddle bronc riding, tie down roping, team roping, steer wrestling, and women's barrel racing. If you have yet to go to a rodeo, you need to add this one to your list. This is the best southern little activity that you can do. If you have not grown up going to rodeos, check this one out.
And in our local spotlight today, you've putting together a little summer bucket list for the whole family. So what should we know?
Okay, so these are some of my favorite things to do in Orlando that are super unique. If you have yet to do it, you should do this with the family. Starting with Brevard Zoo, they have giraffe kayaking. You can kayak directly next to giraffes and see other animals in the enclosures. This is a 40-minute guided river tour. If you don't want to do a guided tour though as well, they also have one in the wetlands area, and that one is wheelchair accessible. So you have someone maybe in your family that needs a little extra help, they can still kayak and have a great time. This is great. Ages 5 and older for this one, and under 12 must be with a paid adult. And then, of course, when you're done kayaking, you can explore the zoo. Or if you don't like kayaking, they also have ziplining adventures inside the zoo. So there's something to do for every single person.
And that's not all. You also have for us the great big game show.
This one is so much fun. Bring a gigantic group. It's going to feel like you're walking right onto a live game show set. They have so many different mini games that you can do to get competitive with your friends. Our entire team went out there, and I don't want to spoil it, but our team won. It was a lot of fun, super competitive. They had different trivia like girl band trivia. They had inventors. It was pretty hard, and it was a lot of fun, and we felt like we were actually on a game show. This is a great activity to do whether you're celebrating a birthday, you have a bachelorette, maybe a corporate event, or you just want to go with your family and you have a giant family, or you want to compete against maybe your best friend's family. This is an indoor activity to stay cool for the summer. It's on International Drive, and it's connected to an escape room. So if you're done with the game show and you want to test yourselves with the escape game also, you can also do that right after. It's in the same building.
Yeah, the game show is a good time. I've done it before myself. And finally, talk to us about the Pirate Dinner Adventure.
Now, if you don't like to get out and you're looking for a unique dinner to do instead, where you can kind of sit down, relax, and watch a great show with great entertainment, Pirates and Adventure is going to be the show for you. If you have yet to do this one, it's on International Drive. It's super fun. It's very interactive for the kids. I even got to go and be a part of the show, and I absolutely loved it. It's a 90-minute show. Your food is included, entertainment's included, and it's a great time. If you love pirates, maybe instead of doing the typical medieval times, add this one to your list. A lot of people still don't know about Pirates Dinner Adventure. It's really great. The food is amazing, and it's just a really fun time for the whole family.
Sounds like so many good things. You know, that's one of the things we love here. There's always something going on. There are so many things to check out, and so many things for all ages, for the entire family, you name it. That you can find something to do around here.
Absolutely. And if you guys are looking for even more stuff to do, you can follow us real time on Instagram at Stuff to Do in Orlando, or you can download the free YouNation app. We have all the local recs, mostly suggested by me and Ashley and some of our team, and you can download the app and find everything that you need to know there.
Sarah Barkley, social media coordinator with YouNation, thanks so much for joining us for our Community Crossroads on this Friday, and have a great weekend.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And we continue to track breaking news as Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings announced he's suspending his campaign for governor after being diagnosed with prostate cancer. And so that announcement sending shockwaves this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. We are seeing reaction pouring in from a number of folks who are giving the mayor their well wishes after that diagnosis. Again, he said he will finish out his term as mayor, but is not going to finish, or not going to follow through with his run for governor. I do want to show you a statement on social media that was just posted by David Jolly. He is the fellow Democratic candidate for governor and kind of the main opponent of Jerry Demings, saying Mayor Demings has dedicated his life to public service, fighting with passion, mettle, and faith. I know he'll bring that same spirit to this new chapter. Laura and I wish him a full recovery as we personally pray for Jerry and his family. So again, that from David Jolly, who had been running a campaign against Jerry Demings. And so joining us live now to talk about this and what this means for the governor's race and the ongoing campaign. We've got John Hanley, political science lecturer at UCF, joining us live now via Zoom. John, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, Garrett.
John, it's one of those things, a tough announcement, a tough thing to hear. And, I think probably the last thing in the minds of those who, know Jerry Demings is about politics, certainly wishing him well in this as he battles something that we know is very serious. But at the same time, we are just, weeks away from the primary. And so what is your take on this? Obviously, that now kind of thrusts David Jolly into that front runner status on the Democratic side.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Demings has been such a, big figure in, the area, such a stable figure over a long period of time. So, it is something of a shock, to see someone, having to pull out of a race like this. This was a low-key race, certainly for the Democrats. There's, talk of them, possibly doing well, in a general election, but it was always going to be a longer shot. Certainly the, dynamics of partisanship in the state have changed since 2018, where we saw Andrew Gillum come, very close to defeating Governor DeSantis. Things have changed in those 8 years. The state has become much redder. So, there had been less focus on this Democratic primary as opposed to the Republican primary. Jolly and Demings had been approaching it in a very civil way. And so, I suspect it will kind of, there won't be much of a contest here, but maybe not much change to the race with Jolly, emerging more solidly.
Does it change anything on the, as you mentioned, much more of the focus has been on the Republican side. Does it change anything when it comes to positioning ahead of, what a general election campaign might look like, knowing at this point that it certainly appears that, David Jolly is now going to be that Democratic candidate?
Well, in the primary, you don't want a destructive primary race where the candidates are tearing one another down. So, by having one candidate step aside, certainly over, medical issues, that's something that is going to, take the temperature out of the race. It wasn't a very contentious, personal race to begin with. So that wasn't really happening. And, then the question is what happens over on the Republican side. Democrats come out of this more unified probably than they would be, gives them a slightly better chance, but they're still looking at longer odds than they saw it, 8 years ago.
For David Jolly, who now has essentially an open path to that Democratic nomination, does being able to avoid maybe having to spend some money that he would have had to in a primary potentially help him in some ways in a general election?
A little bit. He won't have to spend as much. He'll be able to look forward to the general election. But he'll also, probably receive less attention and coverage as a result of there not being a contested race here. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword.
Okay, just a lot of factors at play here, but obviously a big announcement that we continue to follow this morning as we now head into Friday afternoon. UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, there we go. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. You may have heard some conversation this week about the New World screwworm, which was something that essentially had seemed eradicated from the United States for about 60 years, but then has reemerged after being identified in the umbilical area of a calf in Texas. And so we're trying to make sense of this and looking for some more information on that. And so we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Sally Ann Donata, who is with the University of Florida Health and joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Donata, thanks so much for taking the time and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me.
So first of all, for those who may just kind of be learning of this and hearing of this, talk to us about what this New World screwworm is and what it does.
Yeah, so the New World screwworm is actually a fly, and it has been around in various stages for many, many years, but has been eradicated from Central America and North America for about, as you mentioned, 60 years. Part of the fly life cycle, as with most flies, involves a maggot larval stage that feeds on tissues. Typical flies that you might see, or maggots that you might see on, say, carcasses on the side of the road, they actually have a pretty important biologic role in cleaning up dead tissues. What makes the New World screwworm much more sinister is that the larva actually eats on live tissues, which can be really deleterious, debilitating, and even life-threatening to the host species.
And so how was it that it had been eradicated for all those years, and how was it that it would have returned?
Yeah, so the eradication efforts in the 60s were really effective using a technique called the sterile insect technique. This takes advantage of the fact that we know the female New World screwworm fly only breeds once. And so if we irradiate male flies, release them into the environment, they mate once and no progeny are produced. And so, as you know, not all biologic control measures throughout history have been successful, but this was a beautiful example of one that had really no untoward effects and had been effective for many, many years in keeping this parasite or this pest at bay. The irradiated flies had been produced exclusively at a plant in Panama, and because that Darien Gap is such a nice geographic isthmus, it was a really convenient way to keep everything at bay down in South America, where this parasite's been considered endemic throughout time. It broached that isthmus and has been slowly moving northward since around 2021 to 23, perhaps. And then, as you mentioned, we just had a case in Texas just this week.
And if I'm not mistaken, there has been an outbreak in Florida previously that affected the deer population.
The key deer, which are an endangered species. Yes, in 2016 and 17, there was an isolated outbreak in the Florida Keys. Again, geography was on our side there. Some of my colleagues at UF were instrumental in re-eradicating it from that specific population. But there were islands where essentially the flies themselves really couldn't travel into the mainland or outside of that geographic area. And so they were able to get that population cleaned up with relative ease or relatively quickly within a year or so. And that was considered an isolated outbreak. This situation we're in right now is different. This is actually a northern incursion in several areas of Mexico. We've been watching these flies get closer and closer, whether they're pushing their own boundaries or moving on or in animals. Probably both, but this represents the populations actually reestablishing in an endemic nature up through Central America, up through Mexico, and then now, unfortunately, encroaching over our borders.
Is that a concern, Dr. Donata?
Yeah, it's a huge concern that this is going to have a really negative effect. It already has on our cattle industries, on our animal movement. We've had closed borders. The southern borders have been closed to livestock, which includes horses, bison, and cattle for over a year now. And then certainly there's also animal level negative effects. So animals that are infected with screwworm have reduced growth, reduced productivity, and then you have loss of life as well.
Is there any threat to humans here?
So the screwworm can infect any warm-blooded mammalian host. And so that does include any farm animals, livestock, dogs, cats, and rarely humans. So humans can become infected. It is rare. The disease in all species, thankfully, is quite treatable once it's been identified.
And so, as we see this news, as this, has been detected in Texas, it's something that you said we could see here in Florida just because of the signs that where this screwworm is being found is kind of encroaching further and further.
Yeah, I think it's it's pretty well established that this is going to get worse before it gets better. I have faith that we will eradicate this, but the time in which that's done and at what cost is going to largely depend on animal owners, ranchers, producers really collaborating with regulatory agencies such as the USDA and their veterinarians to identify animals that are infected. The case in the calf this week is probably not the only case out there. Just looking at the life cycle and the populations and just the sheer number of eggs that a single female New World screwworm fly can produce. The USDA is really, they have a very aggressive playbook that's been in the works now for several years in preparation for what happened this week that includes quarantines. So there's now a perimeter around that calf home area of 20 kilometers. They're doing really heightened monitoring. Animals that move in or out of that area are all inspected. And certainly we've increased the number of sterile flies that we're able to produce for the last few years, not only at the Panama facility, but now there's actually a facility that has been repurposed in Mexico producing sterile flies. And then the USDA is actually building a hundreds of millions of dollars project facility in Texas, where we will soon, hopefully as soon as next year, we'll be able to produce our own sterile New World screwworm male flies and hopefully not be in this situation ever again.
Yeah, let's hope not. So, Dr. Donato, last thing here, just what are you going to be watching for as we continue to track this?
I think it's just going to be really important for anyone who has animals, particularly those in the southern states. We know this fly does not survive cold temperatures, and so it's not going to overwinter up north, but it can certainly maintain year-long populations in the southern states. And so certainly any that share a border with Mexico right now, but any of the southern warmer climates, people keeping an eye on their animals for any wounds that don't appear to be healing effectively, wounds that are getting infected, if they see maggots in any of the wounds in their animals. That would just be a really good opportunity for people to contact their veterinarian, inspect the animals, potentially send some of the larvae off to the national lab in Iowa for identification, so that the quicker we identify and treat affected animals, the more quickly we can mitigate and stop spread.
Dr. Sally Ann Donato with UF Health, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, helping us make sense of this.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Really interesting demonstration today in Altamont Springs, where officials there with the city, with Seminole County, and also with the State Department of Environmental Protection showed this new technology that they say transforms wastewater into energy. So we heard from a number of officials kind of demonstrating it a little bit and talking about how it works and how this could be a game changer in some ways for Altamont Springs.
Today's an important day for the city of Altamont Springs, but more importantly, it's an important day for the future of environmental innovation in Florida. For many years, people have asked why Altamont Springs invests so heavily in innovation, why our city, a city our size, is so intentional on emerging technologies and public-private partnerships. And the answer is very simple, because the future does not happen by accident. It is built by people willing to lead, willing to collaborate, and willing to test new ideas before they become necessities. That belief is what led us to create Agile, the Altamont Global Innovation Lab. Agile was founded on a simple principle: local government should not wait for innovation to arrive. We should help create the environment where innovation can be tested, validated, and scaled. And we should share what we find with others. The most complex challenges facing our community cannot be solved by government alone. They require science, industry, research institution, and public leaders working together with private sector leaders to make a better world for us all. Today's announcement reflects exactly that approach. Across the country, communities are searching for solutions to PFAS, often referred to as forever chemicals, one of the most persistent environmental challenges of our time. Rather than waiting for solutions to emerge elsewhere, Altamont Springs chose to participate in developing them. Through the support from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Waste Innovation Grant Program, we partnered with leading experts and technology providers to evaluate hydrothermal liquefaction, or HTL as we call it, as a pathway for managing biosolids and addressing PFAS. This partnership began when we hosted AECOM and Genefuel for their algae to biofuel demonstration project in 2022. Building on that first introduction to HTL, we were interested to see if HTL could degrade PFAS in addition to producing renewable fuel and greatly reducing biosolid volumes and waste disposal costs and reducing the nutrient loading that is a result of spreading biosolids as fertilizer. In this demonstration, biosolids were intentionally spiked with PFAS at elevated concentrations to rigorously evaluate the performance of the technology under challenging conditions, and the results are encouraging. Testing demonstrated approximately 96% degradation in the PFAS compounds, while also producing renewable biocrude that represents a potential new energy resource. This is an important milestone, but it is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of a broader conversation about how we transform wastewater as a disposal challenge into a resource recovery system. I would like to thank the City Commission for always putting the future of the city first. I want to thank Senator Jason Broder, our representative who's here, David Smith, Representative Plakin, for their support through difficult fights in the legislature to bring home crucial funding. And having talked to Representative Smith a number of times through the years, there has been no legislator in the state of Florida who has called and asked about legislation more often than Representative Smith has called and said, what's the impact to the city and how can I help? So I want to say thank you for that. We want to thank the DEP for their leadership in advancing innovation through programs like this. Florida is demonstrating that it's not just willing to regulate environmental challenges, but to help solve them as well. And I want to specifically recognize Scott Maurer and the FDOT team for their leadership in advancing Florida's innovation agenda and supporting projects that push the boundaries of what's possible with water and environmental management. We want to thank AECOM, Will Lovins, who you'll hear from, their team for their partnership and true collaboration. Jim Euler from Genefuel for his creativity and drive, and Dan Levy, who was part of the AECOM team at the start of this, now leads Blue Cycle Technologies. We appreciate all of them. I also want to thank and recognize the Public Works team who jumps in with both feet over their heads, swims to the top, and figures out how to make a very, very substantial, very impactful piece of innovation work in the public sector at a public facility. So thank you all very much. This type of dimensional partnership is what makes progress possible. But the PFAS is only a part of the much larger challenge. The next frontier is resource recovery, how we capture and reuse valuable nutrients like phosphorus in ways that close the loop and reduce environmental impact, create new value streams for our communities, which we will need. That work is already beginning, and it reflects the same philosophy that brought us here together. Agile is not a single project. It is a platform for continuous innovation, one that allows us to move forward from challenge to identification to real-world demonstrations to scalable solutions. We are proud of what has been accomplished, but we are even more excited about what's coming next. Altamont Springs remains committed to continuing this work with our national and international partners, our federal and state representatives and agencies as we explore the next generation of smart environmental solutions here in Florida, here in Altamont Springs, bringing jobs, creating opportunities for investment right here where we live. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you for the courage to build a more sustainable future for our community and the community of communities. Now I'll introduce former mayor of Altamont Springs, former commissioner of Altamont Springs, and current city or county commissioner in Seminole County, Lee Constantine.
You know, since the 80s, this city has been known as the city of innovation. I remembered that the Orlando Sentinel called it the premier city in the region because of the things that they're willing to do that others will sit on the sidelines and wait for it to happen. There are a few people out there that were there then. Louis Rotundo, who now I hear is retiring, was our lobbyist then. Sarah Reese was one of our active citizens then. And this gentleman over here was just pretty much starting his career in Altamont Springs. Today, we all know what a leader in innovation he is. The fact of the matter is, Altamont Springs, and you can go down the line, continues to be a shining beacon throughout this region on what to do about very, very difficult problems. And it goes to a culture that has continued to reinvest itself in what we do as a community. I remember in 2010 when I was leaving the legislature, and one of the last bills I wanted to do was a Springs Protection Act. And one of the things in that Spring Protection Act that we were trying to do is to stop the spreading of biosolids. Because obviously they were getting into the groundwater, they were getting into the aquifer. And my fellow my fellow legislators at the time said, we can't do that. There's no way to do it. People have to spread it. It's the only way to get rid of it. And I said, yes, but if you set a goal, someone will come up with a solution. Well, they didn't take my advice. They sometimes didn't. But today, Altamont Springs and AECOM have come up with that solution. And it'll be something that we will be using for years and years to come. Also, the protection from all of us of the forever chemicals that are becoming increasingly in our drinking water. Potential solution is there, and this is very, very exciting. In an age when our citizens, and yes, our legislator is telling us, local governments, that they have to find ways to be more and more innovative, Altamont Springs will continue to be a leader. And we are finding ways to save money and to invest money in things that in the long term will actually help us make money and keep the taxes low for all of our citizens. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this. For me, as someone that believes so strongly in the natural resources of Florida, that is our future. I always say, nobody ever moved here because we have the best strip malls or housing developments. They moved to Florida because of the idea and the natural resources of Florida, and they want to be part of that perceived paradise. And we got to keep that perception as close as we can to the reality. And all this other nonsense that is happening, thank God for the innovation of Altamont Springs.
Good morning, distinguished federal, state, county, and city guests, and other esteemed visitors. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection is grateful for today's opportunity to provide remarks about the Innovative Wastewater Technologies Grant Program and our grant with this very innovative city of Altamont Springs to remove contaminants of emerging concerns, which we abbreviately call CECs, from the biosolids produced at the city's water reclamation facility. I will start out my remarks with a short history lesson about the Innovative Wastewater Technologies Grant Program. This program was created and funded to the tune of $2.5 million by the Florida legislature and Governor Ron DeSantis in fiscal year 2023-2024. The program provided grants to private and government-owned utilities to pilot emerging and innovative technologies designed to reduce the presence of contaminants of emerging concern that may not be fully removed by existing conventional wastewater and sludge or biosolid treatment processes. CECs include a vast array of both synthetic and natural substances that are increasingly being detected in the environment and can have harmful public and aquatic health impacts. Some of these, such as pharmaceuticals and personal care products, may act as endocrine disruptors, which can alter normal functions of hormones, resulting in a variety of health effects to aquatic life. Others, such as per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, that's a real tongue twister of a word to say, also known as PFAS, which we'll probably hear more about today, are extraordinarily stable and can contaminate surface and groundwater sources. Their stability allows them to bioaccumulate in wildlife and humans, and they may cause adverse health effects even at low exposure levels. The department, DEP, is committed to better understanding the potential sources and environmental impacts of CECs, along with furthering technological advancement to prevent contamination through efforts such as the Innovative Wastewater Grant Program. Since this program's onset, the department has awarded a total of 5 grants. And the very first grant, INW01, for the amount of $750,000, went to the city of Altamont Springs. Once again, the city was leading the way. All of these grants are funding the evaluations of unique, innovative technologies that can potentially remove CECs in novel and cost-effective ways. The second grant is with the city of Mineola. This grant is evaluating the effectiveness of a technology that produces hydroxyl radicals that can react and break down molecularly stable pharmaceuticals while also disinfecting the wastewater. The third grant went to the city of Zephyr Hills, and that grant is evaluating a ferry treatment system to reduce PFAS discharges from their city's water reclamation facility. The fourth grant went to Jacksonville Electric Authority and is evaluating the effectiveness of an ozone wetland pilot system coupled with the use of absorption media at the Buckman Water Reclamation Facility to remove PFAS. And the final grant, which many of the grants are kind of here in Central Florida, is with the University of Central Florida, and it's evaluating the effectiveness of a specially formulated media called green sorption media to remove PFAS and endocrine disrupting chemicals from wastewater collected at the Iron Bridge Water Pollution Control Facility. The department anticipates that 4 of these grants will be fully completed by next April. This grant here, INW01, should be wrapping up in the fall of this year. The grant team is presently creating a story map at DEP's Office of Water Policy and Ecosystems Restoration webpage to provide information about these grants and to facilitate access to the project final reports after those reports become available. At this time, I want to say a few more things about the City of Altamont Springs grant project and the technology being shown here today, but my intent is not to steal the thunder of some of the speakers that will be coming after me. This project is titled Sustainable Destruction of Contaminants of Concern Using Hydrothermal Process. The grant is primarily evaluating the effectiveness of hydrothermal liquefaction technology to destroy CECs within the biosolids produced here at the plant. And as a side benefit, and a check mark in the sustainability box, the grant is also evaluating the feasibility of converting those hydrothermal processed biosolids through biodiesel power generation technology into a biofuel, which can then power, in this case, a diesel generator here at the plant. The CECs removal evaluated as part of the study are various types of PFAS substances and pharmaceutical compounds. In some cases, the concentrations of the CECs have been spiked when appropriate to achieve concentration levels that make it easier to determine if the technology is really effective. Additionally, the diesel generator that's being used in this study will be run with both commercial and biodiesel fuel generated here and compared together to see how they're performing under both fuel sources. Though the final report is yet to be submitted for the project, the results from the evaluation so far have shown some great promise in destroying PFAS. In conclusion, the success of this and other innovative technology grant programs depend on partners such as the City of Altamont Springs to submit highly innovative project applications. The department recognizes that there is a great deal of sweat equity and hard work goes into these submissions, and even more work and man hours from dedicated employees like Mr. Brian Reed, the city's plant engineer, are required to manage those grants once they are awarded. Altamont Springs' commitment and investment towards improving the state's environment and public health are laudable and deserve a hearty thank you from the department. And we look forward to future collaborations with this city, and also wish to thank Governor DeSantis and the state legislature for their support. And thank you. Have a blessed day, and I'll be followed by EECOM.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming out today. I'd be remiss not to start by thanking the city for their very gracious hospitality once again as collaborative partners on this project, as well as DEP. Scott, thank you so much, and all the help in working through our work plan and making refinements and adjustments along the way to do the most we possibly can with the funds that we have been given. So we're happy today to share with you some highlights of our results and showcase an innovative technology that we have available for you here to see today up close and personal. And as you've heard, we do have some very promising results in being able to destroy PFAS with high temperature and high pressure using hydrothermal liquefaction. And we were able to get, as you heard, over 90% destruction when we were processing just the straight wastewater biosolids from this facility here. We also process wastewater biosolids to up the fuel yield by amending them with fat, oil, and grease. In those cases, we do find that PFAS does find a way through the process and does break into the process streams and the biocrude, as well as the water effluent streams. So those percentages are roughly 30 to 40%. So I would point out that the liquefaction process is just the first step in converting biosolids to biofuel, or producing biocrude with this system that you see here beside us. We have additional opportunities to destroy PFAS, and we take the liquid waste stream and convert that through gasification to renewable natural gas. For the biocrude, we can further reduce PFAS by going through refinement with hydrotreating, as well as taking the fuel to produce power using internal combustion. And we did demonstrate we did demonstrate power production here on site as part of our project. We took the biocrude, did some minimal refining, and blended that with biodiesel. You'll see next to us here a diesel generator that we started with just that green box that you see. Everything else was made custom for this project to run the fuel through the system and see if we could detect PFAS in the soot coming out of the exhaust after that treatment. And that was successfully demonstrated. So similar to what we do with our gasoline for our vehicles, with cars, blending ethanol with gasoline, we blended the biocrude with the biodiesel B100, and we blended up to about a 5% solution. The generator ran well, and we didn't find any PFAS in the soot that we collected. And we'll do a little demonstration here in a moment. So I think something important about this project is being able to see the technology up close and personal, letting stakeholders get a familiarity with how it operates, what it can do, and seeing it firsthand. And through our experience working closely with Mr. Jim Euler and Genie Fuel, we can appreciate very well while the Department of Energy is bullish on this technology as another tool to be used to address biosolids as well as our challenges with energy as well. So this work continues our collaboration with our leading national scientists, in particular through the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, who is tasked by DOE to help bring this technology available commercially to end users such as Altamont Springs. And I'll turn it over to Jim Euler to highlight some of those opportunities in the future that he sees from his perspective.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks for coming today, and thank you to Altamont Springs and Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the sponsoring and managing this very important work which we've been discussing. I'll be telling you just a little more about hydrothermal processing. It's a big word, but it's hydro wet and thermal hot, and that describes it. It's a wet process. And so it's ideally suited to working with wastewater solids, which are inherently wet. We don't have to dry anything, and we don't have to waste energy to do that. So it's a very efficient process, and it has many benefits, which I'll try to tell you a little about. This process was actually developed over a period of more than 50 years by the U.S. Department of Energy. It's hard to think about Department of Energy managing a project for 50 years, but in fact, that's what's happened. This was first demonstrated on a project in Oregon in the 70s. And here we are just now getting to where we can commercialize it and bring it to scale. The laboratory which has done this work with DOE is called the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, or PNNL. And Genefuel has been working with PNNL for almost 20 years now to get this technology to the point where we can bring it into the commercial world and make it a reality with all the benefits that it can promise. I'd just like to show where this fits in the overall scheme of things for our nation as a whole. I think we could all agree that three of the biggest problems we face are energy, water, and waste. And this technology is unique in that it addresses all three. It's solving three problems at once, which is really hard to do, but this is a technology that can do it. The process that we're demonstrating here, and we'll show you more, starts with waste, which is the wastewater sludge or solids from the treatment plant. This waste comes every single day. It's not going away, it's never going away, and we have to find ways of treating it. In the past, it's been done, in the past hundreds of years, with primarily biological processing, which actually worked very well and still works very well. But the problem is that we have these newer chemicals which are in our water, in our waste streams, and end up in the wastewater treatment plant. And the thermochemical process of hydrothermal processing is able to deal with these chemicals in ways that the biological processes can't. And so it's a new innovation. It's not replacing something that failed. It's replacing and adding to the capabilities that we need to deal with these chemicals. These chemicals there's all sorts of them. You've heard about PFAS, which is a chemical, it's everywhere. It's used primarily in firefighting foams, in stain resistant, Scotchgard, Teflon. These are all various forms of PFAS. So it's a very beneficial compound in some ways, but when it ends up in the water and the soil, it's not beneficial. So we're treating that at the wastewater plant to prevent it from going further. In addition to treating the waste, this has the great benefit of producing something usable, fuels, and that's the energy part of the energy, water, and waste. It produces both an oil, it's almost identical to crude oil or petroleum, and it produces also, it can produce natural gas. It's a two-stage process. The first stage is oil, the second stage is gas. We have not demonstrated gas yet at this stage. We've demonstrated oil, and that's what we're going to show you actually performing. So we've taken what would have been wasted if it had gone to landfill or incineration, would have been lost, and instead we've converted it into something which is always going to be in short supply, which is energy. And we've got a nice new fuel source which we can apply with a material that otherwise would have been wasted. The third stage, I mentioned energy, waste, and that's water. And this process not only solves the waste problem by converting it into a usable fuel, but it can help with the water. It produces in the first stage a water which has got all the solids, all the chemicals which have been removed in the process are out, but it's still not quite clean enough, and that's what happens in the second stage, which is the gas stage. And then that stage produces clean, clear, sterile water, which can be sent back to the plant for finishing, polishing, and discharge. Whether it's used for irrigation or discharged into a river or the ocean, it's clean water. So we've recovered the energy, we've recovered the clean water, and we've solved the waste problem. And that's what we mean we say solving three problems at once. I think at this point I will finish my comments. We've talked about energy, water, and waste, and we'll give you a little insight into how the oil is actually being used.
Interesting technology. We'll have more on that coming up tonight on Fox 35 News at 5, give you an inside look. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me give you a live look right now. Well, the shot just went to color bar, so I won't give you a live look. But we are watching for the departure of the president. He's going to be heading to Wisconsin, where he is going to be holding a roundtable discussion, I think around 4 o'clock this afternoon, where he's going to be meeting with some farmers there. And so we're waiting to see if and when the president departs from the White House, if he might take some questions. If he does, we will get you there as he speaks. So we are keeping an eye out for that on this Friday afternoon. We are also continuing to follow up on the news from earlier this week in Tallahassee, where lawmakers passed a resolution that will put an amendment on your ballot in November, the chance to, in many cases, do away with property taxes, non-school property taxes for homesteaded properties, an effort to raise the homestead exemption to $250,000 in just a couple of years' time. And so there's been a lot of questions about the impacts of that and what that might mean. Our friends at Fox 13 Tampa Bay had the chance to speak with the property appraiser in Hillsborough County to see how what they make of this, what this might mean, and their take on this as we kind of get ready to learn more about what it might mean leading up to the November election. Again, this is Fox 13 speaking with the Hillsborough property appraiser.
Well, it clearly for Hillsborough County, for all of our counties, the state of Florida, it's a transformational change in how we will fund and government going forward should this pass on the ballot in November. For Hillsborough County in particular, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 million. Now that they've exempted the schools out, over the next 2 years of lost revenue for all of the taxing authorities. And again, it's important to understand this isn't just City of Tampa, Hillsborough County. There's a number of other taxing authorities, special districts like our Port Authority, Aviation Authority, Swift Mud, and others. So it's a significant change, and it's as though, in your own individual household, you were told that you no longer have, 30, 40, 50% of your expected revenue going forward, and you just have to figure it out. So it is a big change and something the voters will have to make a decision based on their own individual, and we all know that we're all being squeezed in terms of our affordability in our everyday lives versus long-term what will happen to services and other things that we expect from government going forward.
Yeah, and I know you broke it down into a lot of those, different agencies, the municipalities, districts, all of that. When we're looking at the numbers, so looking at a total of, about $500 million impact, you mentioned 30, 40, 50%. Where does this $500 million stack up into the county's total revenue?
Well, it varies based on the taxing authority. I'm not sure that I have the exact number. That I've heard estimates of 30 to 40% of their operating budget comes from property taxes. So it's a significant amount. And so then there really hasn't been a real discussion of what portion of that has to be backfilled. It's easy to say, well, there's all this wasteful spending out there, but really that doesn't add up to the numbers we're talking about. And so, there's also non-real estate or property tax revenue that comes in from various different fees and taxes that people spend or pay, whether it be stormwater fees or other things that are non-ad valorem in nature. Would those be raised? They would, I guess, the local taxing authorities would have the option to try to raise the millage. Obviously, politically, that's not very palatable going forward. So, would you raise, taxes on commercial or other things? Is this a tax shift, or is it really, or is it really property tax reform?
Yeah, definitely. And going off that, I know that was one of the governor's points in the proposal, saying that there are certain, the municipalities can't just start jacking up taxes elsewhere. But, they would, what do you do?
Yeah, and again, I think that it's it's unreasonable to assume that whether it's right or wrong, that the taxing authorities, cities, counties can just magically go back to pre-pandemic spending, no more than any of us individually can in our everyday life. And so, are there ways that they can their budgets can take a haircut? Absolutely, and we all should, and we have in this office over the course of time. But I think that there will be a shortfall, and then what this contemplates, this proposal, is that then that shortfall would be handled at the state level for non-core essential services as they've defined them in this constitutional amendment. Well, then I guess that means that if you have things that you may not consider core services, parks, libraries, things like that, you would have to go to Tallahassee to to ask for money for those kinds of things. That's a huge shift in how we fund things. It takes the local wants and needs out of the perspective of just the local communities and takes them to Tallahassee. And we can debate, and I'm sure there'll be a healthy debate on whether or not that's a good idea or not, whether Tallahassee should take over that portion of local spending, and that traditionally residents of the various communities have had the ability to weigh in on what they want in their own communities versus Tallahassee.
Yeah, and on that note, could that mean things like, like libraries, SwiftMud, those things could potentially be discussed? You could have the discussion about moving those to being overseen by the state?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think would be envisioned in this case, is that then you would have to, for these non-core services, and again, that's up for debate too. What is a core service and what isn't? I guess it depends what it is you care about the most in your own local community. But in theory, those kinds of things, parks, libraries, non-essential services, you would have to go up and ask the state to fund those things in a different way. That gives a lot of power to Tallahassee, and we know that we've seen this at the national level and to some extent in the state level as well, that depending on who's in charge and maybe what county or what municipality is up there asking for things, who's going to be favored and who may not. And that's a fundamental shift of how we will fund services at the local level.
Yeah, and on the topic of education and first responders and stuff, so I know that there were numbers talking about, the potential losses that schools and, municipalities could take for those types of things. If you could kind of explain the amendments that were made and how that could, impact how much they would actually lose.
Well, by exempting the schools out of this, it lowers the tax benefit for individuals, because you would still pay the portion of your property taxes that are related to schools, and so that will change from the original proposal. In theory, it holds the schools more harmless, but I would say more harmless than absolutely harmless, because remember, there are a lot of things that that schools and the school board and others depend on the counties, the cities to invest in to allow for schools to operate or to be built, and what have you. If you're building a school in an area that's a rural area that's growing, you're going to have the infrastructure investments around that school, roads, stormwater and other things like that, that if the county or the municipality doesn't have the money to do, you may not be able to build that school. So in theory, the actual basic funding for schools will be held harmless, but schools will still feel the effects of this either way. And the other thing is that they say that core services have to be funded like police and fire, but it doesn't say that you have to fund them to a certain level. If the money's not there, you're still not going to be able to fund them. So this deserved a lot longer, bigger discussion, I think. But that's just not the political reality of what's going on right now, and they're in a rush to put something on the ballot. And there's some expectation from voters as well as the governor and others because of the affordability crisis politically, that's something needed to be on the ballot this time. So they've kind of rushed this through, and we'll just have to see how the discussion goes forward from this point.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of lawmakers were saying today. And then you had the conversation of affordability in general. Should we have looked other places to actually take action? All of that. Do you think that this might, if it is approved by lawmakers and then voted in by the voters, do you think this is something that's shifting the burden off of property taxes, but then shifting the burden always has to be on something?
Well, again, that's the big question. Okay, that there's a how can I say this in a way? Ultimately, you can. The perception amongst folks are that there's, if you just throw raw numbers out there, that that government spending is out of control and there's all this waste, and to some extent that's a legitimate discussion to have, and it's been ongoing, and it should be. But realistically, what we found, nationally as well as at the local level, when it's said and done, you're not going to find enough waste to make up for that difference. And so, somehow, some way, you're either going to cut services on things that people have grown accustomed to having in their local communities that they want, and then, but at the same time, I had a discussion with the mayor of Temple Terrace years ago. He suggested garbage, and this may not be something you want to put in, but that he cut garbage pickup to once a week, so that to save money on their on their tax bills, the non-ad valorem. And people were like going crazy. We have to have our garbage picked up twice a week. Well, that's sort of how it is. We want it, but we don't want to necessarily pay for it. So yeah, I think that's the number one question, is that what portion of this needs to be backfilled and how that takes place. And so from that standpoint, you're shifting the burden somewhere else. We just don't know where that is yet.
Yeah, and you made a good point when we were talking before. You look at these numbers, okay, it's about $500 million next year, about almost $750 million in 2028.
That would be lower once you take the schools out of it.
Okay, right,
yeah.
Yes, once you take that out. But just on the note, or I guess on the topic of, there are a lot of things that things stack up and add up over a while. So you're counting on.
Yeah, and that's really, we're focusing just on the 1 year, 2 year, 100,000 to 250. Not even to mention the fact that there's been this discussion of putting together an effort over the course of time to go to 500,000. That's not in this constitutional amendment. Is that this is a year-over-year thing. So if you project, a decade from now, this is potentially billions of dollars of lost revenue over the course of time. That was, I think, to some extent, in terms of budgeting or looking forward, whether there be debts that have to be serviced, bonds that were based on revenue over the course of time. This would be an ongoing loss of revenue that would have been expected at the local level. That's it's not just this 1 year, 2 years. And again, we're assuming that the local communities and taxing authorities can just rein in spending immediately to meet this new challenge. It's not as easy as that. No more than an individual at their own kitchen table at the end of the month when they're trying to make ends meet. If we all of a sudden we just told them you have 40% less revenue this year, or this month, how are you going to pay your bills? What has to change? What do you have to give up? Is it is it a car? Is it your house? Is it whatever? So there's a reality here that a lot of unknowns, and I think there's more questions than answers in this. At this point, we'll just have to see how it goes forward. And the other thing that we're not talking about a lot is this idea of going on the non-homestead cap going from 10% to 5%. The governor's rhetoric is that's to protect small business, but the reality of it is that cap applies to all non-homesteaded property, and so as he's spoken to, we don't want to protect the person that has the $10 million beach house in Florida. Well, the reality is that person with that $10 million beach house is a non-homesteaded property. Their cap will go, from 10% to 5% in terms of the amount that their assessed value can go up in any given year. They're getting a big break, and so that's another $83 million on top of what we're talking about of lost revenue based on last year's tax roll. So it's not limited. TICO, I shouldn't say that. Don't use TICO. I don't want to get in trouble. But a multi-million-dollar business is getting a much bigger break than the local, sub shop that he would have talked about in terms of small businesses being protected. It's all business. It's all non-homesteaded property that will get a large break. So, there's a lot to this.
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because the way I thought of it or understood it was like vacation homes, and so, or not just vacation homes, but those properties that are people second homes or stuff like that.
Well, again, that's part of the as you're trying to sell this idea of saying, oh, we're let vacationers and tourists and other people that aren't residents pick up the difference. Well, at the same time, within this bill or this constitutional amendment, there's a provision that would give an awfully large break to those same people, that have, because it's all non-homesteaded property, not limited. And there was an amendment, I think, to try to limit it to a definition of small business that was not adopted. So, and then there's also, aside, but there's also this provision in there for residency prior to December 31st of 2026. It's not limited to, it says permanent residence, but it's not defined yet what that is. And so in theory, you could have people that are not permanent resident. Well, we'd have to decide what that permanent residency means, that they would be subject to the new homestead exemptions going forward. And another thing, and again, this is not necessarily something that you need necessarily to do, but then this 5-year residency requirement in 27 going forward, a similar concept was found unconstitutional in 1982. And so there's a question there as well of whether or not you can, because there's a thing, and sometimes there's language in there that allows you to severability clause. It allows you to, if one portion of a constitutional amendment is found unconstitutional, it can be severed, but the rest of it go forward. I'm not sure if that language is in here or not. So it'll be interesting what challenges may come out of this.
And so that was that interview with the Hillsborough County property appraiser. Still a lot of questions about the impacts, but starting to hear, what officials in those positions in a number of different counties across the state are doing to kind of begin looking and getting some more concrete answers and make some preparations as well. Oh, right now we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere. We've got much more to come here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Officials in Daytona getting ready for a UFL playoff game this weekend. The Orlando Storm going to be hosting the DC Defenders. They have played several times in the past few weeks, and they're going to be playing again, but not in Orlando. So this was a playoff game that Orlando is hosting, but for one reason or another, it can't have it at Inter & Co Stadium or some of the other places around. And so they first thought it might have to be held in Columbus, Ohio, but ended up being able to lock down Daytona Stadium. And so there's ticket deals for that. That game is Sunday afternoon. I know there were ticket deals for $10 tickets, and I think buy one, get one free. So the head coach, the Orlando Storm, they have been pushing to try to get folks to come out and show their support for this UFL playoff game on a Sunday afternoon. Now, earlier today, we had the chance to speak with the UFL about how they are getting ready, some of the work that's going in to make sure Daytona Stadium is ready to rock and roll with the Orlando Storm on Sunday.
Yeah, great pivot by the United Football League, really kind of at the request of Mike Rapoli, understanding that we want to be able to bring this playoff experience home to the Orlando Storm, #1 seed. We did have some exhaustive searches across a bunch of different stadiums in the Orlando area. Unfortunately, everything from construction projects to dance competitions to camps just kind of kept us out of some of those stadiums closer to home. We had a great opportunity very late in the game. City of Daytona, we reached out, they got back to us. It just moved really quickly, and we were able to get here starting Sunday last week, and just kind of discuss the art of the possible. And as you'll see today, we have a full broadcast compound with ESPN, and we're ready to play playoff football here.
So how crazy is it to really only have like a week to try and get this together?
It is a Herculean effort, right? We say that, and it's true, but it's not possible without the great partners we have at ESPN. They truly are such a collaborative team to work with. We told them, hey guys, we got one for you. We got a curveball. They jumped right on it. They were here with us Sunday. They've been here with us along every part of the process, and we're going to pull it off, and it's going to look amazing. And when the fans come here, they're going to see playoff football, really important professional football in the stadium here, which is exciting.
Aside from the production and ESPN side of things, like what else does it take to transform this stadium for this league and this playoff game?
I mean, it's moving mountains, right? So talk about ticket operations, having the whole ticketing team kind of reverse from, one plan to another plan, work with the partners here to build that out so that we have $10 tickets, general admission, retail, so getting all the merch we can get down here, having t-shirts that we can give away to fans, marketing, can we build a huge marketing campaign, get everyone in Daytona Beach really interested in coming out and seeing the Orlando Storm here. So it's a big effort, but it's really in the spirit of everything we do with the United Football League.
Absolutely. What can fans expect coming out to this playoff?
They can expect, like I said, amazing football. This game matters, right? The Orlando Storm versus DC Defenders. This is the third time, three times in a row, third consecutive week that they're playing each other. But this one's really for all the marbles, right? The winner of this game moves on to our United Bowl next week, which is in Audi Field, Saturday, June 3rd, ABC at 3 p.m. So, the motivation is there, right? There's nothing else we need to do, and it's just fun, family entertainment. It's affordable, and again, it's a great atmosphere, great football.
Is there anything logistically that fans should know about tickets, parking, traffic, any of that sort of stuff?
So again, City of Daytona has been pretty amazing to work with, putting together this for us. So there's already signs on the highway notifying that there's a game. As I mentioned, $10 seats, general admission, parking, $5 on site. But come. everyone come watch the game, be part of it, and I guarantee you're become a United Football League fan.
Absolutely, yeah. So for Daytona residents, like, what has their response been, or like, what are you telling them of like, hey, you've got this game close by,
Sure.
you come now?
Yeah, I was actually, we landed yesterday. I just happened to walk down. I was in Daytona Beach, walking around, United Football League hat on, and 3 or 4 people came right up, like, hey, are you here for the game? What do you do? We can't believe it's actually coming here. We're gonna come, and I was like, yeah, come on down. And so it seems like everyone's really excited, and I think that's like, again, it's just the spirit of everything we do with the UFL is always about community. So, we can extend that from Orlando into the Daytona Beach area, and, more Orlando Storm fans.
Absolutely. So obviously, Camping World Orlando is home base, but in the future, can you see yourself using the stadium again, or going to other stadiums in Central Florida?
So Inter and Co Stadium is our home stadium where the Orlando City team plays as well. Look, I think we're eyes wide open. We do have a great, partnership with Orlando. Like, that is our home for the Orlando Storm, but this is the second time we've had a neutral venue, right? We just played a game in Fort Hood, which was a great experience, part of our Hats Off the Heroes campaign, honoring services, partners, and, we showed that we can do this really anywhere, and we can put a great show on for fans pretty much anywhere we go. And yeah, I think it's something we'll continue to do and we'll explore. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised next season if you see us somewhere new and coming to you soon.
Absolutely. Is there anything that I didn't ask that you think is important for fans to know, or you just want to touch on?
The only thing I would add, so in this game, we just announced our all UFL team. So Orlando Storm, 5 players, including the quarterback, Jack Plummer, DC defenders, running back. So you're going to see some of the top tier talent in our league at this game. So again, just another reason to come out here and watch this game.
It should be a good time. Again, that's Sunday afternoon at Daytona Stadium. Got to be hosting that playoff matchup between the Orlando Storm and the DC Defenders. Playing 3 straight weeks, kind of crazy. But wishing the Storm the best of luck. It is going to be a beautiful weekend to be out there watching football, maybe at the beach, whatever you may be doing. Now, one of the other things when I talk about the beach is that we are continuing to see on a number of Florida beaches the sargassum, the seaweed, the algae that is sweeping up on the sand there, disrupting vacationers. No one likes to see it. It also can cause a number of issues. But one interesting thing is that researchers are now using artificial intelligence to kind of track it. And so Fox 35's Serena Nieves had the chance to speak with Brian Barnes, who's a research assistant professor at USF's College of Marine Science, who broke down how they're using that technology to help them track and really monitor the sargassum problem on Florida beaches.
I'm speaking with Brian Barnes from the University of South Florida, and we are talking all things sargassum. So first of all, talk to me about what's different about this year's season. Are we seeing it earlier? Are we seeing it later? Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so this year we're about at the maximum level that we've ever seen, the highest abundance that we've ever seen as far as the amount of sargassum in the overall tropical Atlantic. But right now we're tying more or less the previous record, which was last year. But the difference this year is that there's a lot more that's kind of in the later stages of the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. And so the tail end of that belt is Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, and the southeast coast of Florida. And we're seeing a lot more biomass there relative to in the Caribbean.
Okay, and that's really interesting to hear. We've been seeing this for years, but now that we're seeing new technology being implemented to track this, such as AI and other things similar to that, how can this change things for the future?
Yeah, so from my perspective, what we do at the College of Marine Science in my lab is we take satellite observations. So there's satellites flying over every day, and we are able to determine the position and the quantity of sargassum from the satellite data. And as technology has advanced, as we've had new satellites that fly, and we've used AI into our methods that we use to detect sargassum from the satellite data stream, we're getting better at detecting sargassum closer and closer to the coast, and also just having a better overall picture of where sargassum is. And then the next step that we're doing is, sargassum is floating at the surface of the water, and it will respond to things like winds and the surface currents. And so we're able to merge what the satellite sees as far as where the sargassum is with something like a prediction as to where the water might be moving, and thus when you're actually going to see that sargassum move up on shore and become a problem.
Wow. Okay. So you could say that, like, for next year and for following years, this could be very good to use for predicting and possibly helping out beaches and economy and all that stuff in the future.
Yeah, so that's the goal. The sargassum is actually a natural habitat. It's been around for a really long time. It hasn't been around in these great quantities in the Caribbean and the Southeast U.S., but it has been around a long time. And offshore, it is a really natural and healthy habitat. But what we can do when we couple these two systems, the improved detections and the forecasting of where things are moving, we can start to say where we're going to have a problem with sargassum inundating a particular beach. And if you have some lead time with that, if you know that a particular beach may get impacted in the next day or so, you can stage your resources so that you can do a quick removal from the beach or from your ecosystem, so that it doesn't start to create some of those follow-on problems to human health, to the ecosystem, and so forth.
Now we're going to see an influx of tourists, obviously, coming in with the next couple of months. What can you say to reassure them that, this is just temporary, this happens yearly? Like, what do you have to say to them?
Right. So most of the municipalities throughout in the Miami area and moving up along to the north of that area, a lot of them, I should say, have some beach cleaning procedures. They have systems in place to collect the sargassum when it comes ashore. But even if your particular beach doesn't have that system, it often is removed pretty quickly. And the impacts of sargassum are also pretty patchy. So if one particular beach is impacted, you may find that there is a beach just a mile north or so that has no sargassum on it. So sargassum is very patchy in the ocean, and also its impacts on individual beaches are patchy.
You mentioned earlier that it's kind of like a win for marine life. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so sargassum itself, when it's in the offshore environment, is considered essential fish habitat. If you think about, like, the ocean is just kind of broad and vast, and there's a whole lot of space and no structure. So sargassum is also often viewed as a rainforest or even an oasis of life in the middle of the pelagic ocean, so in the middle of the surface waters. So there are lots of critters, invertebrates, sea turtles, fish, birds that aggregate together within the sargassum mats. And fishermen often know this. You'll find that the windrows will be a place where fishermen will go to try and seek out fish, because they're going to where the rest of the smaller marine life is within the ocean system.
Oh, keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. If you can bear with me for 1 second here, I want to route this source into our feed here, because if you were with us just a little bit ago, we were listening in as, we weren't listening, we're about to listen in to a news conference with the Texas governor talking about this New World screwworm. If you were with us earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus here, we had the chance to speak with a researcher from UF Health who talked with us about the those cases in Texas and the impact and how it could be a sign of additional encroachment of that screwworm that could have impacts to livestock, potentially even humans here in Florida. So I want to get you now to this news conference where we're hearing from officials in Texas talking live right now about the response to that flesh-eating screwworm.
To stop the spread of New World screwworms. As we speak, the Texas Animal Health Commission teams are conducting active animal surveillance in the infested zone. We've had tremendous cooperation from the public, animal owners, and landowners we have interacted with in the zone. We've made significant progress to evaluate the situation, deploy sterile flies to release in the area. We've made ground release chambers. We've put out ground release chambers in the area. We've stopped animal movements out of the zone. Those animals having proper inspections to move out of those zones. We've done our due diligence to educate the landowners on the current situation and this pest. We want to thank the officials in the area for their cooperation and assistance with road stop inspection checkpoints, and sharing accurate information has been a great asset. The goal of our response efforts is to prevent the spread of New World screwworms out of this zone, but keep the continuity of business going. We need people in the zone and across the state to continue to report suspicions as soon as they see them. If you suspect an animal is infested with New World screwworms, notify the Texas Animal Health Commission or your local veterinarian immediately. Quick notification leads to quick detection and quick response to stop this pest from spreading. Animals will still be available or still be able to move. We'll just need to make sure that they're moving safely and not moving the screwworm with it. To wrap up here, I want to remind everyone a few key points. First, this is not a food safety issue. This is a food production issue. New World screwworms do not infest meat, fruits, vegetables, or other food sources. Next, infestations from the pest can be prevented. Animal owners need to look at their animals as often as possible. Stay vigilant, monitoring for wounds that can be covered or treated. This is not an infectious disease. And these flies have to either lay eggs in, on, or near the wound for the animal to become infested. Treat and cover wounds as quickly as possible. We have heard a lot of buzz about the use of Ivomec and wanted to remind everyone that the injectable form of this product has been FDA approved for the prevention of New World screwworm. It needs to be administered properly and judiciously in accordance with label requirements and is directed by the licensed veterinarian to be effective and to not create resistance. Finally, this is also a highly treatable condition if your animal does have an infestation. We have many tools in our toolkit today to prevent devastating impacts that we didn't have before. We want to remind folks that veterinary-client relationship is critical to best address specific animal and operational needs for treating New World screwworm infestations. Judicious use of animal prevention and treatment drugs need to be followed. I want to reassure all of you that we've been preparing for this and are taking rigorous actions to protect the rest of the state and the nation from this pest. We appreciate sharing of accurate information and will continue to be transparent and provide updates on the situation as we receive them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Admiral Schmoyer from the United States Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, sir.
Good day. Our highest priority, the priority of USDA as well as Secretary Rawlins, remains addressing and protecting the United States from New World screwworm. We continue to leverage all the tools at our disposal to be able to address this and tackle it. We work very closely with our Texas Animal Health Commission colleagues. In fact, this is probably the furthest I've been away from Dr. Dinges in days. We have pivoted as a department within hours when we were notified that there was this case that was presumptive positive, and so consequently I was literally on a flight and was turned around to be able to be at Dr. Dinges' doorstep. The reason I point that out is because we've been working together for over a year. We've been looking at this as it has been moving through Mexico. We understand that when it was first detected in Mexico in November 2024, every single predictive model, every single one, estimated that this was going to arrive in the United States last summer. It did not. The reason it did not is because we take a very aggressive approach. We take a whole of government approach to be able to address this. And so Secretary Rollins, USDA, has worked with the White House to make sure that we have a plan in place that takes all of the different departments and agencies of the entire federal government, has them synchronized so one entity is being able to work with our state partners to be able to address these particular issues. Our aggressive actions has slowed down the pest. We knew it was a challenge because we did not have enough flies yet. There are more flies coming on the way. Right now, we have 100 million sterile flies that we manufacture in Panama at a joint facility, U.S. government Panama facility, and we bring these flies to both Mexico as well as Texas since this past January to be able to disperse them where they need to go. The way we do this is we use science. We have predictive analytics, forecasting, and modeling to tell us what is the best way to be able to distribute these flies before they're going to be needed. And so in essence, it's not where the flies are today, but where they could be weeks from now. We've been working very closely with Texas Animal Health as well as Texas Parks and Wildlife to be able to assess over the last year and a half how to best use these flies when we have a limited number until we get the number that we actually need. As the governor mentioned, we continue to share the latest information as well as updates that we have. We also provide daily updates on screwworm.gov. We also list all of those Mexico cases that are within 400 miles of the United States. As was mentioned, USDA did confirm the first active New World screwworm case in the United States in Zavala County, Texas. This was back 2 days ago. I want to emphasize that there is only one confirmed infested animal. In addition to that, this is, as was mentioned, not a food safety issue, and USDA inspections are ongoing, and I'll give you a sense of where we are on the ground in partnership with those at the table with me. USDA has 28 responders that are on the ground already, not including myself. We also have 4 that are scheduled to be here momentarily. These are veterans. These are also...
This is a news conference continuing live in Texas as we hear a number of officials talking about their response to the New World screwworm. Again, we were just talking about that a little bit ago and potential impacts here in Florida with the researcher from UF Health. You'll be able to find that full interview on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page here shortly. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere. We still have a lot to get to, so we will be right back in just 2 minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. Researchers at the University of Miami are testing some manufactured homes to see how they hold up against hurricane force winds and storm surge. Obviously, we're just a few days into hurricane season in the Atlantic, and we know we still have months to go. But this is interesting research that's being done that could have major impacts going forward when it comes to learning how to build safer communities going forward. And so we are very pleased this afternoon to be joined live right now by Dr. Landolph Rohde-Barbarigos, an associate professor at the University of Miami College of Engineering and Department of Ocean Sciences, joining us live here. Doctor, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
So first, just talk to us about this research that you're doing and how you're doing it as well.
Of course. So this is a project funded by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, and is focusing on the forces that come from the wind and the flood during hurricanes. So what we're focusing on is to understand how much load we're getting from either side and how that combination is occurring. And we're doing this in this unique facility here at the University of Miami. Sustain is this wind wave tank where we can create our own hurricanes.
And so we've got some video that y'all sent us kind of showing this. So you really are able to simulate those hurricane conditions right inside that lab.
Correct. So this is a unique facility, not only because of its size, but also because we can generate Category 5 winds, and we can combine them with different water levels and wave action. So we tailor the conditions to hurricane of desired, let's say, intensity. So we can have hurricane Category 1 all the way to Category 5. And what you see there is from our tests, we have this small model house where we make measurements of how much is the pressure being applied from the action of the waves and the wind there. So you can see the tank there and the conditions that are inside.
How big is that? How much water does it hold in there?
So we can tailor the condition according to different water levels and different wave heights. So the tank is approximately 60 feet long, 25 feet wide, and about 7 feet tall. So we can put some water inside and create powerful conditions.
Yeah, I would say so. It certainly looks like it. What are you learning as you do this research?
So one of the key things here is that we can create those conditions and we can actually switch on and off one side or the other one. So we can create hurricane winds only, and then we can create the waves only, and then we can combine the two. And it's not always 1 + 1 = 2 here. So depending the conditions of the waves or the wind and the combination that we're creating, we see that one overpowers the other one, but it's not at a constant rate. So it's interesting for us to understand that relationship, because this then can go all the way in the future towards standards and codes that will improve basically the capacity of our structures.
We have already seen in communities across the state, and changes in how homes are built. We've seen changes in code over the years after, in the aftermath of disasters. So why is it then, so important to be able to do this research and simulate these conditions inside a lab to where you can look at those conditions and potentially find things that need changed, need tweaked before a disaster, kind of reveals them to us in that way?
So for us, what is critical here, because we can generate our own conditions, we can test different ideas without having the cost that is going to the community after a disaster. So we have different ideas, we play with those conditions, we play with these ideas to provide solutions, but also better understand the problem. So what is critical for us is to be able to translate the research that we're doing here out on the field, and of course, before a disaster occurs. Also, what is interesting and valuable is that we can assess the performance of existing structures before a disaster. So this is another, it's not only for the new construction, but it's also for existing structures and the building stock that we have out there.
Why is this research so important, Doctor?
So you know that here in South Florida, we are in a hurricane-prone location. We are low landing, and of course, every season we're waiting to see if we're going to experience a major hurricane or not. So on the same time, we all love this this environment. We all love to be by the beach, and we know that this let's say unique environment that we live, this heaven, can translate sometimes into a very challenging weather condition. So for us, providing solutions, understanding the impacts that this could have to the local community is critical. So the value is really for the community out there in the building stock, and also like everybody who lives in the coastline across the world.
So what's next for you and the work in the lab there?
So we are analyzing now the data that we're getting, and this will provide us some different factors that we will use to extrapolate and work towards codification and standards. So we might make recommendations, we might make some case studies and assess what would be the performance of some buildings. So we're learning and we're amplifying this and communicating this to the local community.
Well, it's interesting stuff to see being done. We know it's important research being done, and something that could certainly have impacts going forward, potentially, precipitate some life-saving changes as well. So Dr. Landolph Road Barbarigos, Associate Professor at the University of Miami, College of Engineering, Department of Ocean Sciences. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, talking with us about your work and your research.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Washington, D.C. this week. He was continuing to talk about a balanced budget amendment at the federal level. This is something he has traveled to a number of states trying to get them to sign on to this, and something he has been vocal about, been pushing for the past few years, and continues to be vocal about. In fact, he was part of a panel discussion this week along with a couple of other high-profile politicians from across the country who took part in this forum where they were talking about why they believe this is so important and why this is something they are advocating for. So I want to play for you some of that panel discussion. Governor DeSantis, the first one to speak, and so you're going to hear from him. Again, this was earlier this week in Washington, D.C.
And over the last 2 years, actually 3 years, Governor DeSantis has helped lead the Balanced Budget Amendment campaign. He's gone to a number of states for us, like Kentucky, Idaho, Montana, and it has just really helped carry the flag. So we greatly appreciate that. Third on the panel is William Fruth. He is an economist who studies local economies and advises counties and cities on how to better run their economies and provides assessments such as that. He and I both published books in 2009, 2010. Regarding this campaign, and we're the ones that actually started the modern version. Some of you may know Ronald Reagan actually ran this campaign after he left the governorship of California, and actually ran it all the way up until the early 1980s. So this is more the modern manifestation of the same campaign. In the middle, we have Constantine Curard. Constantine basically ramrodded our Arizona campaign back in 2016, 2017, helped put the Grand Canyon State on the map. He's been working on Article 5 campaigns ever since, so he has a lot of experience and expertise in this field. And then, of course, the fourth member of the panel, again, needing no introduction, Governor Chris Sununu, served as governor of New Hampshire from 2017 to 2025, also served as our national honorary chair in 2025, and continues to serve on our board of directors. So again, this panel will be focusing on the actual Balanced Budget Amendment campaign. And I guess that brings the discussion to me. My name is Lauren Enns. I lead the national campaign for a Balanced Budget Amendment. Like I said, Bill and I started the campaign back in 2012, and I've been leading the campaign since about 2016, so about 10 years now. And we're getting close to the finish line. This is getting exciting. So hopefully by the end of this time, you guys will all have a really good idea about the amendment process and, of course, the campaign itself. So the first thing I'm going to do is turn to Governor DeSantis and just kind of let you kind of talk about why you felt compelled to get involved in this campaign back when, I think it was at the RGA when Governor Sununu talked about it.
Well, one, I mean, I think that for what we've done in Florida, we have credibility talking about these issues. And I understand a state is just different than the Leviathan we have here in D.C. But if you look since I became governor, if you take all the debt that's accumulated in Florida's history, 181 years, just since I've been governor, we've retired more than half of it. We did an accelerated debt repayment program. We retired bonds early. We did all that. If you look at the amount of money I've line item vetoed, the previous record was $800 million in a year. I did $3.5 billion in 1 year. I vetoed 3% of the budget that the legislature did 1 year. And so now we're in a situation where this budget that I'm going to sign within the next few weeks, after I do line item vetoes, it'll be the fourth straight year of spending reductions in the state of Florida. But at the same time, we're doing Everglades restoration, accelerated road projects. We're raising salaries for police and teachers, doing all this stuff. So it can be done. I mean, you can make choices. You can be fiscally responsible. And it has a very harmonious effect when you're doing it because we're lowering taxes and we still get this revenue coming in. So we've shown it can be done at the state level. This is a tougher problem up here. I'm convinced that you're never going to be able to solve it unless you have constitutional constraints on the ability of Congress to bankrupt the country. If it's just saying we're going to go elect good people and they're going to do good policy, first of all, that may work 1 or 2 years, but then the next Congress undoes it and things just don't end up working. So they have to have constraints and incentives to stop what we've seen happen, particularly over the last 10 years, where it's really gone. I mean, 2012, I remember I got elected to Congress. We were concerned about the debt going there. 3 terms I was over there, fully recovered from that experience, by the way. I've got no problems there, very clear thinking. But I would remember how hard it would be to actually win spending cut votes with a Republican House of Representatives. Almost never happened. Very rarely would happen where we'd actually win those votes. So you need to have there's going to be some people that get elected that want to do the right thing for the right reason. That is never going to be a majority. That's just not. So you have to be able to provide these constraints and just think, and Lauren and I have done things in different parts of the country, and so he knows the history. Many of you probably know we were very close to passing this in the 90s here, one vote away in the Senate. Probably would have been ratified at the time. That was when we were about to generate a surplus in the late 90s. Just imagine if this had passed and been enacted at the end of last century. The whole fiscal trajectory of the country would be so much better right now than it is. We're in a much deeper hole now, but I think if you don't have some constraint, then we're basically just acknowledging that we're going to end up having a major crisis on our hands, and we're close. We've got a lot of states that want to do this. They need a little bit of prodding sometimes, and the voters need to tell the state representatives that you need to do it. There's some misinformation out there just about the whole process of states certifying it, which, you know, some of these like very conservative people are like, oh, you can't do the states. I'm like, well, wait a minute. What kind of a view is that? Like, well, of course the states should be leading on something like this. So there's momentum for it. I think every day we look and see they're not solving the problems, and I don't think ultimately it'll be solved unless we have a constitutional change where these incentives are effectively, on some level, imposed on the members of Congress.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. A second question real quick. This is getting into the process, so how the Constitution is actually amended. So, of course, an amendment has to be proposed and then ratified. So could you talk about the two different methods for proposing amendments before they go to the states for ratification?
So think about the Founding Fathers. You know, they got so many things right. They would think about different scenarios, and they understood you needed to be able to amend a Constitution. You're binding future generations. There's going to be times when circumstances change, and you're going to have to change the fundamental law. So how did they say? Well, you can propose through 2/3 of each House of Congress can propose. Congress tomorrow could propose something. Still isn't part of the Constitution. Until you get ratification by 3/4 of the states, it is not part of the Constitution. So Congress has an ability to propose. So too that the states have an ability to propose under Article 5. So what we're doing is just getting the states a threshold of states where you can propose a balanced budget amendment. And then the states would still have to ratify by 3/4 of the states, just like they would do if Congress were to propose. So there's some misinformation that says if the states are trying to do this, they're going to end up leading to like a new constitution, change the constitution. States do not have power through Article 5 to actually change. They can propose just like Congress can propose. Once something's proposed, the ratification process is exactly the same as if Congress proposed it vis-a-vis the states. But if you think about it, how else are you going to propose a constitutional amendment to address the failings of Congress if you can't do it through the states? They knew that sometimes Congress would be the problem. That's why they wanted to do it. But ultimately, it's a very significant threshold for ratification. And I mean, Lauren runs these numbers, you know, getting us to 32, 33, 34 to kind of trigger, and maybe Congress will see the light and just go kind of write an amendment. It would be a real serious fight to get this thing ratified. I think you get 25, 30 maybe pretty quickly, but then, you know, you're going to have to go into maybe a little bit more treacherous waters to do. But that's the way the founders understood what they were doing. It's a very difficult process, but it's something that I think is appropriate for the circumstances we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Governor. And so, of course, as we're talking about the process, so 2/3 of the Congress, 2/3 of the state have to pass convention calls, and then, of course, the convention is convened. And so when the convention is convened, it's essentially the same as a meeting of Congress. They can propose an amendment out of the convention, and, of course, Congress can propose an amendment anytime. So it just gives the states co-equal power to be able to draft an amendment and then propose it and make it available for the states to debate during the ratification process. And that's kind of what I want to come to with Governor Sununu. Although first, it kind of the same question.
So that discussion earlier this week, we heard from Governor DeSantis there at that forum discussing that and hear a little bit about what that process might look like too. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Busy week on Capitol Hill. A lot of things going on, a lot of votes yesterday in the Senate, but a number of committee hearings and things like that as well. Many that we had the chance to listen into at one time or another, as we heard from several members of the Trump administration testifying, Marco Rubio, a number of others who testified this week in budget hearings. Now, Florida Senator Rick Scott also convened a hearing this week. He is the chairman of the Aging Committee, and one of the things they looked at in a meeting this week was foreign-made drugs, medications, and things like that, and held a hearing on the impacts of that. So I want to play for you just the opening remarks from Senator Scott in that committee hearing on Capitol Hill this week.
We're thinking about when they say it. America's drug supply is not secured, and American patients are in danger as a result. Congress needs to do everything it can to change that. 91% of prescriptions in the United States are for generic drugs, and many older Americans rely on one or more medications to lead healthy and happy lives. This Congress, I've worked closely with Ranking Member Gillibrand to push the federal government to do everything it can to ensure older Americans have access to safe and high-quality drugs. We sent letters to the Secretaries of HHS, the Department of War, and the VA about our reliance on Communist China and India for generic drugs. We've sent a letter to the FDA asking about foreign inspections and the quality of drugs coming into our country. We also wrote letters to group purchasing organizations, distributors, and pharmacies, asking where they source their drugs and the information they have about low-quality foreign generics. Last year, this committee held 3 hearings on the quality of the medications seniors rely on. First, we held a hearing on the quality problems with foreign generics and our reliance on Communist China and India for drugs. We followed that up with a hearing on solutions on how to bring drug manufacturing back to the United States. Then we heard from American drug manufacturers on the problems they face and what the federal government can do to help them. This January, we held a hearing where I was proud to announce the Clear Labels Act with Ranking Member Gillibrand, a bipartisan bill that would require manufacturers to disclose where the drug and drug ingredients, or API, are manufactured. You know where your car is made, where the food you eat is from, but you don't know where the medications you or a loved one comes from. That doesn't make any sense. I encourage all members of this committee to co-sponsor this bill so that all Americans can know where their medications are manufactured. At our last hearing on generic drugs in March, we brought in experts on Communist China to discuss how our over-reliance on foreign drugs was no accident, but a very deliberate policy by the CCP and also Washington politicians choosing profits over patients. But today, we want to focus on the real Americans that these low-quality foreign drugs are harming. A researcher from Indiana University testified before this committee that generic drugs made in India have 54% more serious adverse events than equivalent drugs made in the U.S., including hospitalization, disability, and death. That means American patients and their family members taking medications to manage health conditions or recover from illnesses or procedures are ending up in the hospital, potentially even dying. This should never happen in our country, but it's been going on for decades. In 2008, contaminated heparin from Communist China killed nearly 100 Americans. This was a life-saving blood thinner medication that these people needed, and it killed them. Leroy Hubley lost his wife of 48 years, Bonnie, and his son, Randy, because of contaminated heparin from Communist China. They relied on this medication for their dialysis treatment they were undergoing due to a genetic kidney disease, and it killed them. Those drugs never should have been made into our country. But these are sadly too many such stories. In 2023, contaminated eye drops from India killed 4 people and blinded 14 others. This cannot keep happening. But as long as we are not regularly testing drugs coming from Communist China and India and lag behind in foreign inspections, poor quality drugs from these countries will keep coming into America. Under the current framework, we simply cannot rely on the drugs coming from Communist China and India to be the same quality as drugs made right here in America. It's been almost 2 decades since the heparin incident, and we're even more reliant on Communist China and India for medications than we were then. The bottom line is foreign manufacturers are not being held to the same standards as domestic manufacturers.
Senator Rick Scott speaking in that committee meeting earlier this week, talking about his concerns about regulations that foreign drug manufacturers are held to, saying he doesn't believe that they're quite held up to the standard that they need to be, and expressing some concerns about that. Well, we are getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. We are going to be back at 2 o'clock. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. Want to let you know we're also standing by waiting to hear from Senator Ashley Moody, who is going to
This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. It has turned out to be a pretty busy Friday here. I want to let you know a couple of the things that we are watching as we get ready for this 2 o'clock hour. First, let me give you a live look in St. Cloud, where we are awaiting a news conference from Senator Ashley Moody, a number of other officials as well. This is at Mater Academy there. We're going to be hearing a conversation about investing in Florida's future. This is coming after a roundtable discussion being held there this afternoon. We expect Senator Moody to talk about the Trump accounts and also talk about some other ways that we are investing in Florida's future and the children growing up here in the Sunshine State. So we are watching for that. Let me also give you a live look in Miami, where we're waiting to hear from the Miami-Dade County Sheriff, Rosie Cordero Stutz, holding a news conference alongside a number of other law enforcement agencies, talking about how they are getting ready for the FIFA World Cup. We know those matches kick off next week, and that Miami will play host to 7 of those matches. We've been hearing from a number of different law enforcement agencies about some different elements of preparation for that, just because of all the moving parts that it entails. So we'll hear more about that coming up in just a little bit. But we're continuing to follow up today on the breaking news that we had live on Fox 35 News Plus in our 11 o'clock hour, where Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings announced that he is suspending his gubernatorial campaign after announcing he has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. The Orange County Mayor making that announcement at a news conference in Orlando today after delivering his State of the County address.
I received some bad news from my doctor, who confirmed that, I have prostate cancer. And because of that, I am going to suspend my campaign for governor. I'm going to focus on my health. That will become the priority. I'm only sharing this because I'm in this very visible public position. I'm sharing about a private matter. I intend to continue running through the finish line as the mayor of Orange County. It's about 6 months from today. But in order for me to receive the treatment that I need, I'm going to have to come off the campaign trail. I have to let something go.
Mayor Demings announcing his plan to finish his term as Orange County mayor, but suspending his gubernatorial campaign. He was competing against Democrat David Jolly, a former Republican congressman, in that Democratic primary for the governor's nomination there. And David Jolly releasing this statement saying, Mayor Demings has dedicated his life to public service, fighting with passion, mettle, and faith. I know he'll bring that same spirit to this new chapter. Laura and I wish him a full recovery as we personally pray for Jerry and his family. And we have been seeing in the last few hours response coming in from a number of other gubernatorial candidates as well, including on the Republican side, Byron Donalds saying, Erica and I are praying for Jerry and Val. May the Lord watch over the Demings family, provide them with strength and comfort, and bless Jerry with a swift recovery. Then this statement just coming in a little bit ago from Republican Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who is also running for governor, saying, Layla and I are praying for Mayor Demings and his family, going on to say cancer affects far too many. We wish him strength during treatment and a full recovery. Another Republican candidate, James Fishback, releasing this statement saying, Valeria and I are saddened to hear about Mayor Demings' cancer diagnosis, going on to say, we will be keeping him in our prayers throughout his treatment. I last saw Jerry backstage at an event in Orlando in January, and while we may not see eye to eye on everything, he's a good man who has served his community since 1981. And then just moments ago, Republican Paul Renner releasing a statement as well, which for some reason I can't seem to get to load, but let me see if I can pull it up on Twitter. He said, "I'm sorry to hear about Jerry's diagnosis. I wish him strength, healing, and a full recovery. I wish him, he and his family are in my prayers." Florida Democrats as well releasing a statement this afternoon saying Mayor Demings has served Orange County with commitment and compassion for decades, and the FDP stands with him in prayer and support as he battles against prostate cancer. Jerry's the true definition of a public servant and fierce fighter. I'll continue to lift him, Val, and the entire Demings family up in prayer as they face this chapter like they have each one before, with strength, grace, and unrelenting determination. And then finally, I do also want to flag one more statement for you, and that's from Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Orlando, who actually is the serving in the congressional seat that Jerry Demings' wife, Val, held at one point. Maxwell Frost saying, "My heart is with Mayor Demings and his loved ones as they navigate this battle ahead. Mayor Demings has always been a fighter for Orange County, always leading with love and resolve. And I have no doubt he'll face this challenge with the same strength. We are standing with him every step of the way." And we also had the chance to speak with several members of the Orange County Commission in the moments after that announcement, sharing their messages and what they want people to know in the aftermath of this announcement.
Yeah, it's devastating. You know, I mean, anybody who's had a loved one who has faced cancer, you recognize the challenge and the fight that's ahead. And, you know, I think everybody, we're all surprised, and we're all really sad. And I know we're going to wrap a lot of prayer, love, and support around him and his family. He's made so many sacrifices to serve our community and to serve people. And I hope that people step up and they serve him and his family when he needs people the most.
We didn't know, and we hurt for him and for his family. He is the mayor. He's someone that we've served with for 8 years, but he's our friend. And for us, it's difficult, because when you learn that your friend is suffering and what he's going through, it's going to be a challenge. He handled it with such poise and respect, like he always has, as the mayor of the county. And we're going to pray for him, for his family, and it'll be different, but we will be there for him. And he's so strong and resilient. The one thing we know about Mayor Demings is that he's a person who shows up 100%. And even knowing that he knew this week, while we all were together on Tuesday in a meeting, just really lets you know the quality of the person who has been serving alongside us for the last 8 years.
I'll say it's very sad and it's shocking. We all see him, you know, like a healthy man and a strong man, and he is. But still, you know, it hurts. I know that, you know, everybody was paying attention to the, you know, government raise and whatever, but that's nothing for, you know, compared to the statement that he just said, you know, about his health. And we're going to continue praying for him. I think we still have, you know, a Mayor Jerry for more. He's going to be mayor until December 7, like I will be commissioner until December 7, but I know we will have him a little bit more around, you know, praying that he have a good health and, you know, until he finish his term, which is in December 7, and then, you know, to just rest and be with his family, as he said. I am the one next to him for these 8 years, have been next to him all the time. So, you know, we will be going through the same thing, the same emotions and everything during the whole commission, you know, time. And he is a good friend, he is a good person, and he really cares for the community. I have to say it all the time. Every decision that he makes was all in favor and the best interest of the community.
Almost your family.
Huh?
almost your family.
Almost my family for 8 years. Yeah, we were there sitting down one next to the other. So it was like a family thing, friendship, family, a good relationship, a positive relationship.
And several commissioners there that we heard from, Kelly Martinez, Semrad, Mayra Uribe, and then at the end, Maribel Gomez Cordero, talking about the impact that he has had to sacrifice the service to the community. And politics aside, our hearts certainly go out to him and his family as they deal with this difficult diagnosis. But this does change things in that gubernatorial primary as well, effectively ending the Democratic primary, barring someone else entering the race before that looming qualifying deadline. And so we talked with political analyst John Hanley, who talked about what this means for the governor's race and what it means for David Jolly in the upcoming general election, assuming he is now the Democratic candidate for governor.
Well, in the primary, you don't want a destructive primary race where the candidates are tearing one another down. So, by having one candidate step aside, certainly over, medical issues, that's something that is going to, take the temperature out of the race. It wasn't a very contentious, personal race to begin with, so that wasn't really happening. And then the question is, what happens over on the Republican side? Democrats come out of this more unified, probably than they would be, gives them a slightly better chance, but they're still looking at longer odds than they saw it, 8 years ago.
For David Jolly, who now has essentially an open path to that Democratic nomination, does being able to avoid maybe having to spend some money that he would have had to in a primary potentially help him in some ways in a general election?
A little bit. He won't have to spend as much. He'll be able to look forward to the general election. But he'll also, probably receive less attention and coverage as a result of there not being a contested race here. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword.
UCF political science lecturer John Hanley speaking with me earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. Still waiting for this Ashley Moody news conference to get underway in Osceola County, so we're monitoring for that. We'll get you there when it begins. Right now, though, again, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live from the Fox 13 newsroom. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, it's been a month since a gruesome quadruple murder shocked the Plant City community, and now new court documents are revealing chilling details about the investigation. A search warrant reveals that the gruesome scene was discovered by police on May 3rd along West Trevor Street. Officers arrived just before 8 o'clock in the morning after a neighbor reported hearing screams. In a nearby yard, they found Haley Dempsey dead from a gunshot wound to the head. In her final moments, she was lying on top of one of her young children who was covered in blood. Her second child was found dead right next to her, also shot in the head, and a third child was found completely unharmed lying on top of her. Surveillance video from moments before the gunfire captured the family frantically knocking on a neighbor's door, and audio recorded the sound of the children crying. The search warrant also reveals that just 2 days before the murders, Haley Dempsey had called police to report a domestic disturbance involving her husband, Jay. That call led detectives directly to the couple's home, where they found the car of Haley's mother, Valerie DeBow. Her husband told police Valerie had gone to the house to help her daughter move. Inside that home on the second floor, investigators discovered Valerie DeBow's dead from a gunshot wound to the head. Neighbors reported seeing Jay Dempsey acting suspiciously the night before the killings, alleging he put on a bulletproof vest and loaded a large duffel bag into his trunk. Detectives have since searched the home, seizing blood swabs, multiple firearms, ammunition, cash, laptops, and cell phones. The Plant City Police Department says it has no new updates to share, and at this time, Jay Dempsey has not been arrested or charged, and it remains unclear if investigators have been able to make contact with him. Garrett?
Next in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, I know this has been kind of interesting to watch Senator Rick Scott with some comments on the upcoming Kanye West concerts in Tampa.
Yes, he does have concerns because he says, well, Kanye West, he is scheduled to perform at the end of the month at Raymond James Stadium. And Scott says that a taxpayer-supported venue should not give the rapper a stage after years of anti-Semitic remarks. In a letter sent Thursday, Scott called Kanye, who also goes by Ye, a vocal anti-Semite. He described the rapper's comments as vile and a slap in the face to Florida's Jewish community. Scott pointed to instances of Ye praising Nazis, calling himself one, and directing people to merchandise featuring swastikas. The senator is urging the authority to review the shows and ensure no taxpayer dollars support them. The situation is complicated, though, because Raymond James Stadium is publicly owned and managed by the Tampa Sports Authority, which is a public agency. That makes it different from a private venue deciding whether to host an artist. In response, the Tampa Sports Authority told the Tampa Bay Times it recognizes the concerns being raised. However, the agency says that as a public agency, it follows the principles of free speech in operating the venue, though it does not condone the remarks or actions from any artists that are offensive or divisive. Ye's past comments have led to major backlash across the entertainment industry and overseas. He was barred from entering the United Kingdom in April, and shows in Italy and Poland were scrapped. But in the Netherlands, a judge allowed 2 Ye concerts to move forward this week after a Jewish organization tried to block them. The court ruled there were no grounds to bar the performance because there were no indications his presence would create a public order danger. More than 100,000 fans also turned out in Istanbul last weekend for Ye's first performance in Turkey. According to reports, Ye apologized in January through a full-page advertising advertisement in the Wall Street Journal. He attributed his behavior to bipolar disorder and described a manic episode that he said damaged his life. Still, that apology has not ended the backlash. Senator Scott says Ye's comments helped mainstream anti-Semitism and reiterates that taxpayer dollars should not be used for the Tampa shows. Scott's letter does not officially cancel the performances, but it does put significant public pressure on the Sports Authority. As of right now, the official Raymond James Stadium event page still lists both Ye concerts for later this month. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, talk to us about this animal abuse case in Citrus County.
Yes, deputies arrested 38-year-old Christina Pitts on Tuesday, and they say that she operated a breeding business called Moonstone Field, and this operated on a 5-acre property in Dunellen where she bred horses, dairy goats, and Florida native sheep. The investigation began Tuesday after a caller reported a horse in severe distress. When deputies arrived, the animal was suffering so badly that a veterinarian had to humanely euthanize it on the scene. Detectives later learned that another horse had died weeks earlier and was buried in a shallow grave in one of the pastures. While surveying the rest of the property, deputies and animal control officers found roughly 92 animals, including horses, goats, sheep, dogs, exotic birds, chickens, cats, and a turtle. According to investigators, many of the animals showed signs of malnourishment, untreated medical issues, and poor living conditions. Detectives determined that Pitts was solely responsible for the care and decision-making for all of the animals. Animal control identified 13 horses suffering from conditions severe enough to support felony animal cruelty charges. Citrus County Sheriff David Vincent called it one of the most heartbreaking scenes his team has encountered, adding that the level of suffering these animals endured was completely preventable. Because of the sheer number of animals and the level of care required, the investigation continued through Thursday. Citrus County Animal Services and Countryside Animal Clinic are assisting with the care of the surviving animals. Sheriff's officials say additional charges may be filed as forensic examinations of the remaining animals are completed. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, thanks for joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Let's get you straight to St. Cloud, where we are hearing from Senator Ashley Moody, talking at this news conference about Trump accounts and other investments into the future of Florida's children. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Of these child investment accounts that they will grow as children grow, and at the time that they need it, they have the ability to invest in their future or allow that to continue to grow. And I will go more into detail, but we know that if we set up a child investment account right now and put that seed money in right now for our kids, if they don't touch it, by the time they're 55, even 60, depending on how the markets do, they could be almost a millionaire. And that is truly a remarkable thing. And really, I have to commend everyone that worked hard on this back in DC to get this done and deliver it. This is something that's going to be a game changer for our next generation. So as Florida's newest U.S. Senator, I was so proud to deliver my vote for the Working Families Tax Cut Act, and there is a bunch of things in there, and I could go on and on. No tax on tip, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, additional educational resources and scholarship opportunities for kids. I mean, I could keep and stand up here and talk a lot about that, but I find when we deliver in one bill, which is great, getting things done, sometimes as they start taking effect, that doesn't resonate and people don't maybe take advantage of what we were able to get done for them. And this is one great example. So in 1 month, less than 1 month, these investment accounts will go live. On our nation's birthday, July the 4th, these accounts will go live. And so if you're a mom of a kid under 18, and again, how it applies will be different depending on their age, but let's say you're a mom of a baby in the last 3 years, not only will that account go live on the 4th of July if you sign up, it'll be seeded with $1,000 and potentially another $250 just for signing up for your kids. That is amazing news for Florida families. And every day, as somebody who served as a judge and Florida Attorney General and a federal prosecutor and all these things, I am very tuned in to all the announcements that are coming out about we discovered this fraud and where all this tax money went, and we've uncovered through this mechanism that this was going to this program and this foreign nation that nobody would ever want this money going to. All of these things, you feel inundated with it every day. And if you're like me, still raising a kid in school, still trying to raise a family and support a family. My husband's a law enforcement officer. If you're like me, you're thinking, okay, so that money could be going and investing in Florida families, and it's going to criminals, or it's going to some other nation, to something we would never even support? Like, what is happening? This is a tethering back. It is a reorientation. It is a getting back to a government that puts your interests first, that works for you, and thinks of our next generation and the prosperity of this country for the next 250 years first. And I just love this. And so we have less than a month to reach every mom and dad out there of a kid under 18 to sign up for a child investment account. This Trump account is so easy to sign up for. You download an app or you go to the website. That is how you do it. You have to proactively do it. I have left you with a form that tells you the 3-step process. And if you do that by age 60, that single deposit of $1,000 at birth could grow to hundreds of thousands, maybe over $1 million, depending on how the market does. That is a jump start on Florida's future. And I am so excited about that, because every child here today, every child out there that hasn't even learned about this program yet, deserves the American dream. And we are going to get back to that promise of this country. And so every baby born between 2025 and 2028 whose parents open a Trump account, the U.S. Treasury will invest $1,000. Additionally, children under age 10 and under who live in zip codes with a median income below $150,000 will qualify for an additional $250 investment. And that's made possible by a charitable donation. And if you're a business and you're watching this right now, and you're like, I want to invest in our kids' future, meaning I want to invest in this country's future, I want to do that, you can do that. you can also donate through this program to kids, and we can help you figure out how to do that if you're interested. So again, this is available to every kid under 18, and this will set them up. Now, we hope that they watch it grow, and we hope that they let it compound until they are of retirement age, 55, 60, and they realize the benefit of that growing nest egg. That's great. But if they turn 18 and they want to use that for college, or if they want to use that to buy a first home, all of that can be used for this without penalty. That's amazing. That is helping our kids achieve the American dream and pursue happiness and have opportunities available to them by resources that we've committed to them at a young age. I'm so glad you're here with me to talk about this so we can educate others across this state. We know here, where I am right now in Osceola County, more than 7,000 babies have been born just since January 1st, 2025, just since I took office. In the state of Florida, 300,000 have been born. So all of them are going to be eligible for that seed money. So if they open accounts right now, let's talk about this community. If every baby that was born just since last January opens an account, this community could immediately see more than $7 million invested in the futures of its children and more than $30 million by 2044. I mean, the numbers are just astounding at what this will do for the strength and prosperity of our children's futures. So, this is tremendous news. It is great for the future of our kids, and I wanted to make sure that parents know they can sign up today. So if you're watching and you're excited, which I hope you are, you can go to irs.gov/Trump accounts. It takes less than 10 minutes to do. There is also an app. And for qualifying families, the initial investment will be made available on Independence Day as we celebrate our nation's birthday. That's just an incredible thing, and we're not going to be able to get the news out without everybody helping us do that, and I appreciate the media that is here that will help us communicate this throughout the state of Florida. And I can't think of a better way to celebrate this nation's birthday than by investing in our kids. And now, I'm sure you're tired of hearing from this mom, so we're going to call up another great mom and soon to be mom for the third time, Allison Zur, who is extraordinarily excited about using this for 3 children. Come on up, Allison.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, I am really excited to welcome our 3rd baby, but of course I have so much anxiety with the additional expenses that we're expecting. And to be honest, I haven't been so great about investing for my older children, but I am so happy for this opportunity. I'm so thankful, and I will be taking advantage and signing up this baby and knowing that she will start having an investment account from day one. Such a generous account. It's incredible. It's so exciting. I can't imagine anyone missing this. Easy to set up. I already downloaded the app, and I hope to take advantage and to continue putting in additional investment funding for the investments as well. And I'm so thankful for Senator Moody and all of her advocacy for helping families in Florida and all over the country, because this is just really exciting. And I'm sorry that it wasn't around when I was a baby. I wish I could use that now. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bertosa, and as a local real estate agent for many years now, I see how young people struggle to get into the game of home ownership. And I am so excited to get behind this initiative to not only help our future generation further their education, but also have the ability to use this to get into their first home, because homeowners have 40 times more wealth than renters do. So what better way to set up our future generation than to get them into that home and start building wealth. So this is definitely something I think we can all get behind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Moody and her wonderful staff for having us here today, and thank you, Matter Academy, for hosting us. My name is Christy. I am not only a mother, but I am also a local business owner. I own Central Florida All-Stars, a gym dedicated to empowering young athletes through the sport of cheerleading. Recently, my eldest son graduated high school. I feel incredibly blessed to have been able to create lasting memories with him while also providing financially for his needs as he grew up. Children are expensive, and not every family has the luxury for taking time off of work during the summer to spend with their kids, even if they wish they could. I, at times, found myself working late nights and missing dinner with the people who mattered the most to me. Through my summer camp programs, all too often, I see families struggling with difficult decisions. Should they continue working and pay for childcare during the summer months, or take a loss in income to stay home with their children? The financial and emotional burden of those choices are very real, and is something that affects many of our local families. The Trump account provides an opportunity for the young families to begin building a stronger financial future for their children. As a parent, I understand how important it is to plan, not just for today, but for the opportunities our children will have tomorrow. There was a time where I even questioned how I was going to afford feeding 3 teenagers and their endless hunger for Hot Pockets and pizza rolls. Every day that I opened the doors to my gym and spent countless hours investing in sweat equity into my small business, I am taking another step toward providing financial security for my 3 children. Like many parents, I work hard to create opportunities for them, and I believe every family deserves tools that can help them build a solid financial foundation for the next generation. Programs that encourage saving and long-term financial planning can help families feel more prepared for future expenses, whether that's education, career training, starting a business, or other important milestones in a child's life. St. Cloud is a rapidly growing city that has never lost the heart and soul of a small town. People from all walks of life and from all corners of the world have chosen to make this community their home. Together, we work hard, support one another, and strive to provide best possible future for our families. I want to thank the families at Central Florida All-Stars for entrusting me with their children. We just wrapped up an amazing first week at summer camp, and in just a few days, we start our practices for our competitive cheer program. And I want to thank my 3 children, Luke, Matthew, and Ellie, for the sacrifices they've made along the way. And in my house, I am happy to report that we are finally moving on from the pizza rolls, but have entered the world of ramen noodles much cheaper, which is obviously college food. Thank you very much.
All right, we have one where Shana is next. Okay, you want to quit? Okay. She's like, please don't make me go up there. All right. I told them all that they would be the ones to take all the media questions if you had any. Like now they just want to flee. No, I am incredibly proud that we have folks here that are going to help us spread the word. We spent some time together before coming out here today to talk about what kinds of groups would help us interact with families to push this in Florida. I represent the great free state of Florida. I want to make sure our state has more kids on this than any other state in the nation. So if you are a pastor, if you're with a church group, if you're with a youth group, if you have youth organizations, we've heard about that. If you, on the other side, have business relationships or folks that are looking for ways to give back to their communities, we can also talk about how to invest in these accounts. So today is about remembering that this is available and that it's fast approaching, and we need to get kids signed up as soon as possible. And then let's start discussing and brainstorming how we can push this information out there faster so that parents don't miss out on time that money can be growing for their kids and their family. So thank you again for being with us today. It's such an honor to be your senator and fight for Florida families. I did a lot of fighting as your Attorney General in some of the most challenging times and challenging situations. At the time, I was mothering, and I can't tell you what an honor and a privilege it is now to fight for you in Washington, D.C. Appreciate you being here. And we'll be happy to take any questions. Yes, sir.
So we typically hear that from national media that the economy is doing well, but the back half of that narrative so often is, but those who aren't in the market aren't enjoying that robust economy. Is this, I'm assuming this is something you feel will change that narrative and make that opportunity out?
Yeah, I think that we need to make sure that we are serving constituents, and this is what I think about every day in Washington, D.C., and I was pausing there for a moment because I was thinking about all of the ways that we're trying to tick off that list, because people need to feel like they are invested in this great experiment of the United States of America, in our free market system, in ways that they can invest and feel the same prosperity that our nation has been built on. And we can always come up with ways that allow more buy-in from our constituency, and this really is an out-of-the-box way to do that. And it's not just about the money and the investment account. That is great, and that will be fruitful over the course of that child's life. And hopefully, if they take advantage of the structure of this, it will provide seed money at really crucial times in their lives where it can make a big difference. But it's also about, at a young age, that kid will know, when they're obviously old enough to understand that they can own something and have something and something's in their name, they'll be able to watch that account growing. And they'll know that's there for them. And the hope, the spark that gives them, that someday they can use that, and that can be part of building their own lives. Because trust me, I have watched children grow. I'm having those discussions right now. They're watching everything that goes on around them in their community, and they want to be a part of it, and they want to be successful. And so we have to give them that drive and understanding that they too can pursue happiness and be successful. So I think this is going to go a long way to achieving that end.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking live right now in Osceola County, taking some questions from reporters after talking about Trump accounts at Matter Academy there in St. Cloud. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Live look in downtown Orlando on this Friday afternoon. We are counting down to the weekend. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining us now with our Florida Live forecast. And I tell you what, it has been a beautiful couple of days, and we're still going to get to see that into the weekend, too.
Not to give myself a pat on the back or anything, but I cooked up a good forecast for this weekend.
Yeah. Why don't you do this more often?
I know. I wish I could. I wish I could, for sure. But hey, Garrett, if you've been outside just at all today, it's been beautiful. It was beautiful Wednesday. It was beautiful Thursday. And we're just going to keep that beautiful weather rolling right into the weekend. It won't be as perfect as it was today, but it's going to be pretty close. So taking a look, here's a live look over iDrive right now. Absolutely stunning out there. We're seeing those partly cloudy skies. Things are looking good. And if you do have any plans later on this evening, things are also going to be looking fantastic. Those temperatures, very comfortable out there, lingering right around 80 degrees, upper 80s in Orlando, lingering in the mid 80s in Gainesville, low and mid 80s along the East Coast. Things are kicking off beautifully this weekend, and even better, no daily storms popping up. We still have a little area of high pressure taking hold of the region, and ultimately what that is doing is that's just really keeping the clouds and the showers away. So through the rest of the evening, if you have any dinner plans, outdoor plans, maybe heading to the theme parks for the evening, things are looking gorgeous out there. Temperatures may get a little bit on the cooler side because we don't have that humidity lingering through the overnight tonight. But guess what? This weekend, we're slowly going to start to see a little bit of that summertime feeling creep back in across central Florida. It's not going to be crazy, but we are going to be warming on up. So temperatures on Saturday lingering right around 90 degrees. And then once we head into Sunday, it's going to be cracking back into the low 90s. So with that, we could see the very slim chance of a pop-up shower on Saturday, but nothing crazy. This is just one of those quick 15-minute showers. It's in, it's out of here. So no need to cancel any weekend plans whatsoever. You probably realized, hey, I'm not sweating as soon as I'm heading out the door. Yeah, you would have been right, because right now we're kind of just seeing those dew points and those moisture in the air. It's on the cooler side, so it's actually been feeling very pleasant for the past couple of days. The humidity slowly going to start to creep back in as we take a look a little bit later on this weekend. So as opposed to being those very pleasant temperatures in the 50s and 60s for dew points, we are going to slowly creep back up into more of that muggy feeling, and you'll slowly start to feel that a little bit more coming up on Sunday. But a quick run through your weekend. A couple of spotty showers as we head through your Saturday, maybe trying to creep in along Cocoa Beach shorelines, but partly cloudy skies on tap through the rest of the night. Taking a look at Saturday, this is 2 p.m. Mainly clear skies. Very, very slim possibility of seeing a pop-up shower on Brevard, Southern Osceola County Airlines, but other than that, things are going to be looking good for sure. Clouds will slowly start to move in back on Sunday, and this is again when we could see a very spot shower trying to make its way along Cocoa Beach, Melbourne shores, but other than that, a beautiful weekend ahead. A little bit more of that cloud cover starting to move in as we take a look ahead to Sunday night. But things are actually looking really nice for this weekend. Any outdoor plans if you're heading to the theme parks? Any of the theme parks look fantastic to go to. Beaches as well. Biggest thing though, make sure you wear that sunscreen and also be careful in the water. We are looking at high risk of rip currents all weekend long. And just to kind of tie this up, Garrett, as of right now, no tropical activity on tap for the next 7 days, knock on wood. Let's hopefully it stays that way. We could be tracking the possibility of a little bit of that tropical moisture trying to make its way into the Gulf. But really, this is the area that we're watching as we take a look at the next 7 days, and especially through the month of June. Really where we see the warmest water is in the Gulf and along the East Coast as well as in the Caribbean Sea. And with that, we could be seeing that little bit of tropical moisture starting to move in on that way as well. We can see a couple of the models maybe trying to get something up as we take a look in the next 2 weeks. But again, models this far out usually try to spin anything up. But again, really one thing that we're watching is the very warm water within that area, very suitable for any tropical development. But also on the flip side, we have a lot of dust in the Gulf as well. So it's kind of, we have a couple of things working for tropical development right now, but we also have just as much working against tropical development. So it's very much a wait and see kind of situation there, Garrett, when we're talking tropics.
Yeah, some of those things, like you said, working in our favor this time of year that hopefully keep things at bay.
It's going to stay quiet. We're going to have a quiet June, thinking positive.
We will take quiet when it comes to hurricane season. I think we take quiet as long as we can get it.
Yes, I agree, for sure.
And meanwhile, this weekend looking beautiful. But like you said, it was striking to see the UV risk, because that's something that could really come back and to bite you this weekend, because you're not necessarily going to be laying out there at the beach or at the pool sweating like you might normally, because you've got that lower humidity. But don't forget to put on that sunscreen. It's going to be important.
And that's the thing. On Sunday especially, it's going to have a little bit more cloud cover, as we kind of talked about earlier. That, even with just a little bit of clouds, that sunshine can still be really, really strong. So just make sure you're wearing your sunscreen. I'm horrible at making sure I reapply sunscreen. Yeah. So that is one thing that I'm really going to try to do this summer, is make sure I'm taking care of my skin on this one.
All right, a good summer resolution to have.
Summer resolution. It's New Year's resolutions in summer, I guess.
It's never too late,
You're
never
right.
too early to start a change.
Very true. But I like that. A summer resolution.
There you go.
It's like that 6 months. If you didn't start it 6 months ago, you can start it now.
It sounds like a plan. You're definitely going to want to start reapplying that sunscreen as we head into deeper into the summer months. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Florida Live, going to give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I want to get you to that news conference in Miami that just wrapped up a few minutes ago, where we heard from the Miami-Dade sheriff and some other law enforcement officials talking about how they are getting ready for the World Cup. Again, those matches kick off next week. So I want to play for you. You're going to hear from Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz speaking at that news conference just a few minutes ago.
As Miami-Dade County continues preparing to welcome the world for FIFA 2026 events, today's briefing is about one thing: preparedness. The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, alongside our local, state, and federal partners, has been actively planning, training, and coordinating to help ensure that residents and visitors can safely enjoy one of the largest international events our community has ever hosted. Public safety for an event of this magnitude does not happen overnight. It requires years of preparation, strong partnerships, advanced training, and constant communication between agencies at every level. Over the past several months, our personnel have participated in extensive interagency exercises, rapid deployment trainings, tabletop scenarios, emergency response planning, and venue coordination efforts designed specifically for large-scale international events. We are working closely with our federal partners, including the FBI and Homeland Security Investigations, as well as our municipal law enforcement agencies, Florida Highway Patrol, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, fire rescue personnel, emergency management teams, transportation partners, and private sector stakeholders to ensure a unified and coordinated approach to public safety. The bottom line being, we've prepared early, thoroughly, and together. While millions of people around the world will be watching South Florida during FIFA events, our responsibility remains the same as it is every single day, protecting our community while maintaining the safety, security, and quality of life of our residents as they deserve. As part of our preparations, we are also focusing on the issues that often accompany major international events, including human trafficking, fraud schemes, cyber-related crimes, and large crowd management. Our human trafficking unit is actively coordinating with our local, state, and federal partners to raise awareness, identify potential victims, and target individuals who seek to exploit vulnerable people. Human trafficking is a hidden crime, and awareness from both the public and visitors will play an important role in preventing and reporting. Technology and innovation will also play a major role in our operations. From our real-time crime operations center, we recently changed the name, I'm going to try that again. From our real-time operations center and drone capabilities to multilingual communication tools and enhanced intelligence sharing systems, our agency is leveraging resources that help improve situational awareness, communication, and response capabilities. Miami-Dade County is one of the most diverse communities in the world, and communication matters. We want every resident and every visitor to feel informed, welcome, and safe. We are also committed to maintaining transparency and timely communication with the media and the public throughout all FIFA-related operations. Dedicated communication channels and coordinated public information efforts will help ensure accurate information is shared quickly and responsibly. We have a dedicated email address as well as a dedicated phone line that will be shared so that we can keep the media informed at all times. I also want to emphasize something very important. While we prepare for our global event of this scale, our commitment to the day-to-day safety of Miami-Dade County residents does not change. Our deputies will continue protecting neighborhoods, responding to emergencies, and serving our community with utmost professionalism and dedication. Safety is a shared responsibility, and we encourage everyone to remain alert, plan ahead, follow safety guidelines, and report suspicious activity if something doesn't seem right. If you see something, say something. This is an exciting time for our community and for South Florida. We want the world to see Miami-Dade County and the free state of Florida at its very best. Safe.
Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz speaking just moments ago at a news conference there in Miami, talking about preparations for the World Cup. We'll continue listening to that news conference as it continues on our digital platforms, Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, because we're out of time here on Fox 35. Thanks for joining us today, though, for Florida Live. Have a great weekend.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Before we took that last break, we were listening to Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz at this news conference just moments ago in Miami-Dade County, where they were talking about preparations for the World Cup. So I want to get you back to that news conference again just moments ago.
Time for our community and for South Florida. We want the world to see Miami-Dade County and the free state of Florida at its very best. Safe, prepared, welcoming, and united. Preparations build confidence, and coordination keeps communities safe. Thank you, and I want to thank all of our partner agencies represented here today and many who couldn't attend, and to their personnel who continue working behind the scenes every day to help make these efforts possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. And now, our very own Miami-Dade State Attorney, Catherine Fernandez-Rondo.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by, of course, thanking our Sheriff Rosie, if I may call you by your first name. Everyone's calling you Sheriff Rosie, so I want to thank you for your leadership in this, bringing all of us together, but also what you do every day for the safety of our community, and bringing all of us together to show the world how very prepared we are, and to welcome all of our visitors from all over the world, and to make sure that everyone is, as you said, safe, and that they enjoy our beautiful and vibrant community. Also, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak specifically on the issue of human trafficking. So for those of you that may not remember, Florida has ranked number 3 in the United States for the number of victims of human trafficking. And unfortunately, Miami-Dade has ranked number 1 in Florida for the number of victims of human trafficking. So I am very honored that the 2026 FIFA World Cup host committee asked me and our Human Trafficking Task Force to once again take the leadership role in the awareness campaign piece of it. As you may know, throughout the entire year, we're always doing awareness campaigns for all of our major events. But for this incredible international event, we have increased our efforts even more. We've partnered with It's a Penalty. We've launched an awareness campaign that is World Cup specific, especially helpful when dealing with foreign visitors who may not be aware that human trafficking is a crime here, and it will not be tolerated if anyone seeks to exploit our young, vulnerable children and youth. So we've strengthened our partnerships in the past 13 years and created the Human Trafficking Unit and Task Force, which is now made up of 70 sworn law enforcement officers from 36 local, state, federal agencies, many of whom are here with us today. In 2018, we established the Human Trafficking Center. I believe it's one of its kind in the country. And since its inception, we have worked with over 1,400 victims. We filed nearly 1,000 human trafficking criminal-related cases. Our hotline and our QR code have responded to over 3,200 calls. And remember, our hotline is available 24/7, and it's a rapid response team. In 2020, we were requested by the Super Bowl host committee to lead the awareness campaign. And so now we're taking basically that same campaign that we did before and on steroids. We are now expecting hundreds of thousands, as the sheriff said, of visitors that we've never really experienced as a community. We're grateful for the opportunity, and we have ramped up our efforts even more. We have already executed various proactive undercover operations targeting sex traffickers and Johns, and we are increasing that as we get closer to the games. Just this week, we have executed 6 undercover operations, and we expect to complete about 24 more from now until the end of the World Cup in Miami. You may remember, some of you out there, that just a few weeks ago, we arrested 15 predators. And this is what's really stunning for all of us to consider. They paid in advance, knowingly, to have sex with 15-year-olds, minors. What they didn't know was they were never going to get to those minors. Instead, we got them. We've expanded our human trafficking awareness campaigns throughout our county, and we have municipalities, universities, the public sector, as well as the private corporations such as American Airlines, Uber, Hard Rock, Kaseya Center, the Florida Hotel and Restaurant Association, and many, many others who have contributed to these campaigns through donating billboards and kiosks and various other contributions. We will also have a very strong presence and an information center at FanFest. In our beautiful airport, we have flyers and digital signals with our QR code for our hotline. We've increased our digital billboard footprint throughout the airport and the seaport as we did in 2020 for the Super Bowl. We want, as the sheriff said, we want everyone to come, enjoy our beautiful community, enjoy themselves, but don't even think about buying or selling our children, our youth, or young adults. This lean, mean machine that you see here and hundreds of other law enforcement officers that they represent, we represent, that are not standing with us today, we won't tolerate it. And we're going to be very, very vigilant in our efforts to make sure that when people come to Miami, they leave with a good feeling and they don't leave in handcuffs. Thank you.
Thank you, State Attorney. And now FBI Special Agent in Charge, Brett Skiles.
Good afternoon. First of all, Sheriff Rosie, thank you for you and your partnership. I can't imagine taking on something like FIFA World Cup without you. And thank you for all that you do, not only to keep South Florida safe, but to keep FIFA World Cup safe. You're going to see FBI agents out at places like Hard Rock Stadium on game days, Bayfront Park during Fan Fest with our federal, state, and local partners, and we're really going to have a singular mission. That's going to be counter drones. We're going to be enforcing temporary flight restrictions in and around Bayfront Park and the stadium. So my advice to you is to leave your drone at home. Don't risk it. The penalties are going to be severe. You're going to face potential civil fines as well as criminal fines up to $100,000, arrest, up to a year in prison, and seizure of your drone. There will be no grace period for violators. And so, again, I would just ask that folks have a good time, come prepared, and if you see unsafe drone activity, to contact law enforcement. Let's try to keep the focus on the fans, the festivities, and everybody have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Agent in Charge. And now, FHP Major Ellery Collado.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sheriff Rosie, thank you for your partnership. The Florida Highway Patrol will always be in partnership down here in South Florida with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and with our local partners. The Florida Highway Patrol stays committed to protecting public safety during the 2026 World Cup. While this is a historic event, bringing a lot of people, and we understand the passion that goes along with it, we want everyone to have fun and enjoy the Fan Fest planned in Miami Beach and the city of Miami, and the events at Hard Rock Stadium. We want this to be done responsibly, with care and concern for others. Have patience so that everyone can enter the event safely and return to their homes or hotels safely and in a good manner. The Florida Highway Patrol will have extra troopers patrolling all highways and state roads in Miami-Dade County. We will be working shoulder to shoulder with Miami-Dade Police, Miami Beach Police, City of Miami Police, the FBI, and all our local state, federal, and other agencies that are going to be with us. Let me be clear. There will be no room for recklessness and lawlessness. We will take swift action against those that threaten public safety, and our number one concern, as the sheriff stated, is public safety. We want everyone to have fun, but also be safe and make it home safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. And now, Chief Operating Officer for the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee, Ray Martinez.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. We've heard from all these law enforcement agencies of the preparations that have been going underway. It all starts with leadership. We want to thank Sheriff Rosie and her incredible team that stands behind us, but as well as all the other leaders of our public safety agencies here in South Florida, not just in Miami-Dade County, but from Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade County, and Monroe County, coming together on this plan to, help police and secure and make sure that we have a safe event. We are so fortunate and excited that we have 7 matches here in Miami. We can't wait for it to get started. We recommend if you do not have a ticket, don't go to the stadium, right? You can't get close to the stadium. You're not going to be able to get in. But come to our fan festival downtown Miami in Bayfront Park. That's what the fan festival is for. It's free and open to the public. We're going to be showing all the matches, not just our matches here in Miami, but those that are taking place across the 3 countries. So come to Miami and come to Bayfront Park if you don't have a ticket. Cheer on your country. Have fun with your friends and family, but have a good time and be safe and secure. Again, thank you to all of our public safety partners. We could not do this without all of the collaborative work that they put in together. Thank you.
And so that was just moments ago at that news conference. Officials then made many of those announcements in Spanish, and then also took some questions from reporters after that. So I want to play that to Q&A for you again just moments ago in Miami-Dade.
So part of the collaboration that we've been planning on is not just here locally, but also with all of the other host cities as well. We've had meetings with them so that everyone is on the same page as to the kind of information and communication that should be shared quickly and effectively, because that's how we help our communities, by getting that information out. So now, another reason is to ensure that should there be something that occur in one city, it allows all the other cities to be alert and aware, and also reassess what's going on in our community. So I think it's an important key piece. That collaboration expands not just from here locally when it comes to communication, it is at the national level, and actually international, since we're counting Canada and Mexico as well. So we won't share exact numbers in regards to the presence of law enforcement that will be out there. It will also be undercover as well. So there will be individuals that you may not even be able to identify as law enforcement. When it comes to crowd control, that is a key piece. Obviously, we studied the film, as they say, and we recognize that that's a big part of sometimes of what the celebrations look like. We had the opportunity to have some big games last summer. And we were able to put into effect the training that our deputies have undergone in regards to crowd control. So we will utilize, obviously, those tactics, that equipment, as well as specialized deputies that are highly trained when it comes to responding and addressing large crowds. Thank you. Well, there's going to be several layers of where you're going to have to present your ticket before you even get anywhere near the stadium. So what we're talking about is really a waste of your time. You're much better off making other plans, such as FanFest, where you're going to be able to enjoy every game for free, as well as activities. It's going to be a pretty lively party down there as well. So. Sure. So our federal partners, specifically ICE, they have their own mission and operational plan. So there's not anything that we are aware of in regards to enforcing. But they do what they do. So you'd have to probably ask them that question.
Thank you for asking that question. The Florida Highway Patrol, obviously under the direction of Governor DeSantis, we are 287G, and we do work with immigration. However, specifically on game days, we have no operations specifically around the stadium or at the Fan Fest. Sí, el Florida Highway Patrol, con la dirección del gobernador, estamos trabajando con immigration, pero esos días de los juegos, Y en los Fan Fest de Bayfront Park no tenemos nada como operaciones con ellos ahí ahora. Ellos, como el sheriff dijo, tienen su trabajo y ellos hacen su trabajo cuando lo quieren.
So we've taken a lot of steps to ensure that that kind of incident doesn't occur again. First and foremost is we took a look at lessons learned. We took a look at what occurred, and we based and set up our entry points into the area completely different, slowing down, asking for those tickets from far away so that if you have a bad actor, you're dealing with them at a different level, not right up in front of the gate where they're having to enter a stadium. Additionally, all of our personnel, we added on extra training as well. We increased our ability to analyze the crowd as they're coming in. And ultimately, again, using training, technology, and as well as a very robust presence of law enforcement to help mitigate that. So fraudulent tickets will be handled at the gate if in fact that they identify them. We will have people specifically there dedicated to address any concerns when it comes to fraudulent tickets. But ultimately, if you, God forbid, got to your seat and you identified that there's someone else there, the right thing to do is to contact a law enforcement officer that's working or a stadium employee.
And so that was Miami-Dade County Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stott speaking at that news conference earlier. You may have seen the lower third we had that said Sherpa found alive on Mount Everest. That obviously did not have to do with that story. We're still trying to figure out where that super came from, but I can give you an update on that story. It is a crazy story out of Nepal. We've got some video showing a rescue there where a Sherpa guide survived a week on the slopes of Mount Everest. They have been rescued. They're recovering at a hospital in the capital of Nepal, which is Kathmandu, but family members say they're angered by a delay in rescue efforts. So the Sherpa was found crawling in the snowy slopes a week after he went missing. Again, flown to Kathmandu Hospital, reunited with his family. Family members, though, right now upset that the search had not begun earlier. They're asking questions and considering legal action. Well, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now as we are waiting to hear from President Trump. Going to be speaking in Wisconsin, where he is going to be addressing some farmers. As you see there, the sign saying "Fighting for American Farmers." That event is scheduled to start around 4 o'clock, and so we will see what President Trump has to say coming up in just a little bit. Meanwhile, we've been talking about the preparations for the Orlando Storm. Going to be hosting a playoff game here in Central Florida this weekend. Not at Interin Cove Stadium, but it will be at Daytona Stadium. So not too far for you to go and support the Orlando Storm. We did hear this week from Coach Anthony Beck talking about their preparations and what they're hoping to see from the Storm faithful.
Yeah, phenomenal regular season, 8-2. I can't tell you how proud I am of my players, my staff, everybody involved. You know, I was really optimistic before the season started. I met with a bunch of you guys and told you that I would deliver a product to this city of Orlando. So you can't call me a liar for those who I told that to, number one. But I really appreciate you guys covering us. I truly believe that when you win, that's how you create buzz in any market, any city, any franchise. And I think that's important. Now, marketing and all those things are critically important too, and the league will continue to grow and do those things. But, as far as my part and our players' part, it's truly great, gratifying to be in this situation. Incredibly excited that Mike Rapoli and everybody involved was able to get us close to Orlando. And, they did an excellent job of, trying to handle this thing over the last, really since the schedule came out. I mean, to try to work through it and do the best they can. So I hope we fill it up. I truly believe we can have a sellout. And that's what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for a lofty goal to get that one side sold out, fully filled with our fans for the TV and the games. So can't wait to see it and look forward to playing in Daytona.
Jamie is up. Terry on deck. Zach, you're in the hold.
Coach, I think you promised a championship when you met with us. You still promising that at this point?
It's coming. It's coming. One step at a time, right? One step at a time. Appreciate you holding me accountable, though. That's good.
My real question, though, is what is your messaging to the team this week as you get into the most important part of the season?
Yeah. Listen, I've had, 2 seasons in a row where I've been in the same circumstance. And although I didn't win, I learned a lot. And I take those things as growth and try to go back and figure out, okay, what did I do? What did I say? How did we work that week? What did we do? What was the messaging? And, took a lot of notes and just really the message is clear. This is a 1-game deal. We can make it the trilogy, the 3rd game. You got to beat them 3. We don't got to do anything except handle this game. And our process will be identical to last week. Our process will be identical to heading into week 1. And I think that's where you set the standard and guys start to understand, hey, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And if you build that and work through that the entire season, and we treat every game like a championship game, the mentality, the anxiety, the pressure, whatever you want to put out there is ultimately put to the wayside. We just focus on our job, improve what we did on the film from last week and the week before, because it is a common opponent. And we just feel like if we do those things, things will fall into place for us in this game versus DC.
Terry Spain up, Zach Allen on deck, James Larson in the hole.
Coach, you said last week at a press conference that it didn't matter where this team played at. Your team is ready. It doesn't matter if it's in Ohio or if it's in Florida. How does it feel now knowing that you're coming back to Florida? Because with that, I also noticed that there was a serious uptick in your Twitter following because you actually won over the crowd, and I think more fans are going to show up in particular because of what you've been saying.
Well, listen, I've been doing that for 4 years. Like that was part of the reason why I told him to hire me, because I can help with that. Now, I don't know how many people are going to, buy the tickets because of it, but it's part of what it is, man. I got to engage. I mean, it's a new market. Like, St. Louis was a new market at one time, but there was a lot of fans there, and that grew over time, and I just try to do my small part. But I didn't do anything, honestly. I mean, like, Mike Rapoli's our owner. Like, he's the one that had to get this thing to really to happen, cross the T's and dot the I's with it. And once I heard the news, I actually got a call in the locker room after the game, and they let me know. I talked to Mike in the locker room, and I was like, listen, man, this is what you want to do, man. Let's do it. This is great. I'm fired up. Like, his passion to get this done for the football team, for the city, to make something work where it's close and the fans can still be there, man. I commend him. I mean, that's like true leadership at the top, man. And he didn't spare any expense. He didn't spare any expense trying to get Inter and Co. to potentially continue to play there. But the forces of others and the soccer deal just, they wouldn't allow it. So really fired up about it. And I'm going to do everything I can. Like, I've been doing this every week. Like, I'm trying to, any home game, I'm trying to amp it up, right? And sell the tickets and do my part. Honestly, there's a difference just because, other coaches are doing, this stuff takes me 30 seconds, like, to film a video and post it and put some words on it. Like, it is not pulling me away from my job or anything. Like, I know how to do it. I don't know. I just, people are like, oh, who runs your Twitter and your Facebook and your X and all that? I'm like, I do it. I pull my phone out. I do a one take and I just send it out, man. So give me the link. Let me know what's going on and let's go do it, So, but again, I do understand it's not as easy for everybody to do those things. It takes some time but we got a good social team and everybody's on it. So I appreciate it, but like, I enjoy it. I want to engage with the fan base. And we're winning. I think that's the key. Like, we can still be this way, but still put a winning product, still coach at the highest level, do all those things. Like, it's just a part of my job. Hell, wherever my next job is, I'm going to do the same thing. So whether it's in the NFL, the college level, or the high school, or Pee Wee ball, whatever it is. So I'm going to be on there pushing.
Orlando Storm head coach Anthony Becht speaking this week ahead of their playoff matchup on Sunday afternoon against the DC Defenders at Daytona Stadium. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today, wrapping up 4.5 hours of live streaming. But doesn't stop here. Fox 35 Storm team going to be in next. They'll have Fox 35 Weather Plus for you, then the 407, Fox 35 News at 5, the News Edge at 6 after that. So keep it here on Fox Local. Much more live streaming news coverage ahead. In fact, around the clock. So